What's up, you guys? It's your girl Kiki Green. Talk is cheap. We have a special broadcast for you this evening. I want to make sure that you guys can hear me correctly. Moderators, throw your ice cubes up in the chat if you can hear me. All right. It's going to be a dope show. What we're doing today is we're going to be replaying last night's broadcast from Axe Truth's platform. He interviewed a guy by the name of Trânny. And I'm telling you, it is a fascinating watch. And I wanted to watch it with you guys because, I mean, not only is it riveting, it's interesting. I think this is one of the best interviews I've seen in a very long time. It's a super important conversation, and it is being had and hosted by my dear friend, Axe Truth, who I am very proud of. He has opened so many people's eyes. He has really been a torch for his friends and for people he's come in contact with to come to the truth, come to the light, just as he did, and out of darkness. And so, what we're seeing here is a man's recovery, a road back to recovery and mental health. With that being said, this is absolutely some of the funniest, most entertaining content. I mean, the way I was laughing. Okay, so we're going to watch this together. Now, couple of things though. While we watch this together, I have increased my expenses for this platform over on the website so that when we do get videos banned and taken down, I have enough bandwidth to be able to put our 6 hour lives up there. Okay. Which has increased my expenses. So tonight and tomorrow, we'll be doing a fundraiser. I'm just trying to raise $100. So whatever it is that you guys can help with, donate to the platform, to the Cash App, or to PayPal. Because when you send it to the channel, super chats are great. I just don't receive them for a whole month. So it's the end of the month. It's time for me to start, updating on my subscriptions with StreamYard, with my website account, with our different editing tools and all that. So I'm just, doing a fundraiser to raise $100 or close as I can get to it would greatly help. And we'll be doing that this evening and tomorrow's live show. Now, we might just be too exhausted once this is over to do commentary. I'll come back on and see if you guys want to open up the phone lines and discuss any of what we're watching. I want to make sure that you guys enjoy this and together. So we're going to play another song just so that it's people have time to come into the room to get situated, go get you something to drink, go get you something to smoke or whatever it is that you do. How you doing? Okay, because this is going to be entertaining. I thought I'd play my own music, definitely inspired by the dance and the ballroom culture, darling. So that's what you just heard was a track from my album, Run My Mouth. And my album is also called Run My Mouth. So you can pick that up on all your major streaming platforms. Also, if you look on the screen right now, my homegirl, my moderator, my homegirl, my day one, my A1, Courtney Ali wrote a book called Love Never Fails. This is a Christian romance novel, and you can pick it up over at CourtneyAli.com, CourtneyAli.com. So you guys kick back. I'm going to put the information for the Cash App, which is $TheKikigreen. And that should be available for you at the bottom of the screen. And as I collect donations and we get closer to our $100 goal here, you will be able to see it on the screen. I will keep you guys updated so you know how much progress we're making. All right, so we're going to go into a jam and then we'll be right back. Please let me know also, just trying to see how the playback and everything is for you guys before we get started, because I don't want no mess once we start watching this video. Okay.
Hey everyone, this is TJ from Aotearoa, New Zealand, and you're listening to Talk is Cheap with Kiki Green, where sophisticated people go to catch a ratchet snack, and ratchet people go to catch sophisticated hands, and that's on Coco the Clown.
I said people are too impressed with eloquence, right? Because lies covered in eloquence makes you impressed. Right?
You speaking it. Go, LJ. Come on now.
You impressed because I said it so beautiful that you but we forget that Satan comes as an angel in light.
Voices of this so aggressive man. His obsession for me is so strong. I can feel his lust from him. How does he entice me from all the way over there? His glamour I just wanted to say that I've noticed that a lot of people called you a clout chaser, right? And that you were just fishing for subscribers and shit. And I just want to say to anyone new that subscribed to Kiki, I've been watching her since 2016, and I know her well enough to know that she does not want no low vibrational cockroaches on her live. This is a sophisticated platform. Okay? So she is not after quantity, she wants quality. So if she picks, if 10% of the people there are intelligent enough to follow her, then great. But if they're all cockroaches, then call the exterminator. Because we've got wrenches here, we got wrenches, and we're gonna squish bugs with those wrenches if they come here. Swear.
Hey everyone, this is TJ from Aotearoa, New Zealand, and you're listening to Talk is Cheap with Kiki Green, where sophisticated people go to catch a ratchet snack, and ratchet people go to catch sophisticated hands, and that's on Coco the Clown.
What's up, y'all? This is Axe Truth from The Truth Show, and you listening to Talk is Cheap with Kiki Green.
All right, y'all. We've got donations rolling in. I'm so grateful to you guys, and I'm going to update you guys on our total and how close we are to our $100 goal. I'm having some slight technical difficulties. I'm going to refresh my browser. I will be right back. Just hold on 1 minute. It's not going to affect you at all. Just give me 1 moment. Got a house on the hill and I want some more. Get your ass on the kitchen if you don't want smoke. Got a pocket full of money and it's ready to blow. If you got something for me, then you gotta let me know. Got a pocket full of money, it's ready to blow. You got something for me and let me know. I'm some of you, I want some more. Get your ass out the kitchen if you don't want smoke. Uncheck me. Ain't nobody but respect me. I'm on one. Who gon' text me? If it's you, then baby, let's see. I'm on one. To the beat. Eyes clapping. Body smashing. It's roaring 20. All right, you guys. It's your girl Kiki Green, and we have one hell of a entertaining show for you today. I promise. And have I ever let you down before? Fish said, "Is the title saying what I think it is?" Yes, it is. The title for today's show is Desïgner Couché. Brought to you by Big Phārma. Okay, this is going to be riveting. It's going to be interesting. This is going to be one of the most fascinating things you've ever seen. This is one of the best interviews I have ever seen. Also, while we're at it, you guys, we're doing a fundraiser tonight and tomorrow. Okay, we're halfway there already. Thank you very much to Melanin in Abundance and TJ Johnson for your generous donations. And information on how to donate will be at the bottom. All right, so now without further ado, Spotlight Dark Trânny. Are you guys ready for this?
I don't think it didn't matter which pronoun I use, but we came up with this idea to talk about her detransitioning when I didn't even know that was even in the process of going on. But all video, sound, and music used during this broadcast falls under fair use. Fair use is allowed for the purpose of criticism, news reporting, teaching, and parody, which doesn't infringe on copyright under 17 USC 107. Well, short introduction before I bring her on. We have been friends for quite some time with my stream, and he's been a big part of my stream, being able to come in and call in and talk on subjects and banter with me. It's always been this really good chemistry here. And what I noticed first, I did not know that. I noticed his name first. It was Racist Trânny. And I thought that name was created way before me or anything, that they were already doing content. She was already doing content with that name. And I thought it was hilarious because it was a play on words, because everybody that was supporting Trump, especially if they were white, they were considered racist. And then because she was a tranny, and tranny is considered a derogatory term, she didn't think it was derogatory. She said, well, let's put these two together. And that was my first introduction to her when she called in, and the name, and I thought it was just genius. So without further ado, I'm going to bring her on because she's been here before, and he's back today. So we're going to get down to it here. What's up?
Hey.
Yes.
I
mean, we're going to go. I guess like I said, I was just trying to do a really short introduction about how we came into contact here, and how this show came about is because I did not know you were detransitioning or anything like that, because I didn't know you had transitioned all the way, because I have friends that are trans and none of them have had the complete transition and then when I found that out, I called you and talked to you, and you told me, yeah. I was like, what?
I know.
And we started talking about it, and then we decided to do this show because we felt like the spotlight on it, because I think it's very important, and you think it's very important, that the information gets out here to give everyone all the information, so you can have informed consent before you make an informed decision like this. That's irreversible, and it comes with a lot of things that are not unicorns and rainbows the way they're trying to make it seem like. What do you think? Do you think is that how it's being presented? How do you think this is being presented?
The gender affirmation process is not as transparent as it's being marketed. The negatives aspects of this process are spoken of, but not in their entirety. We can talk about the financial burden of gender affirmation. We can talk about the psychological burden of gender affirmation, the physical negative side effects of it. We can talk about societal expectations and support and lack thereof post-transition. We can talk about the psychology and the brain chemistry of gender affirmation, where you're being, what is the word I'm looking for? You're being supported. It feels real good when you're being supported, but then when you get close to the end of your transformation, it's like the stunning and brave goes away, and so do the people who have been cheering you on while you've been undergoing this process. I will use different words for this process later, but let us ease into the bullshit.
Yeah. Okay. All right. So before we get on into this, because it is it is some bullshit because of the way it's being presented. This Dark Trânny, Racist Trânny, has a show. Here is the hours of her daily live stream on Odyssey, and those are the hours Monday through Friday, 8 a.m. to 9 a.m. So you do an hour show. Oh,
Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, I have a 1-hour show. Tuesdays and Thursdays, it can be up to 4 hours, and there's a pre-show. So every day, I'm doing at least 3 hours of streaming on Monday through Friday.
Monday through Friday. Okay, great. So you can, and it's live on Odyssey starting at 8 a.m. Central Time. That's Central Time, right? Or is that Eastern?
It's Central Time, and it's 8 a.m. for the recorded session. Prior to that is the pre-show. I'm just streaming.
Okay, so it'd be 9. If you're on the West Coast, I mean on the East Coast, it's 9 a.m. Monday through Friday. So that's really good. Okay, so
yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so we're gonna start off with I'm gonna start with this because of the way it has become so politicized, and it's being used as a tool by the left, and it's politicized, and it's exploitation, and it is also state sanctioned child abuse because they're pushing it towards children.
Yep.
So the best way to start this, because I want to make sure we put this in its right place when we talk about when it comes to the politics of it, because it is the left. This is the left. They're talking about promoting gender reassignment surgery, puberty blockers, and things to children. And what's so sad about this is that the way our laws are set up in this country, you can't buy cigarettes unless you're 18. You can't drink until you're 21 because you're not mature enough to make that decision and not old enough to make such a decision to smoke a cigarette, drink, buy a firearm, but you can change your sex, cut off your dick or glue one on. It's like, I just say it like that because it's like, the fact that they do this, but I'm gonna play this brief video of Jen Psaki, and she was saying about every major medical association agrees with gender affirming healthcare. So they even gave it a whole little fancy title and name.
Yes.
This Twilight Zone type of, it's just this Twilight Zone type of thing. But this is the left, and they have to own it. And this is why that party's dying. It's because of this. Like, I really do. I believe that this push for this and saying that children can do this, this is I think is a nail in the coffin, because any sane adult will say, no, children can't make a decision like that. And they're positioning it like they have exploited this as if it's like the new club, the new thing you can do. Oh, just change your gender. It's just a change, as if it's something that's a thing you can do, but it's irreversible, and they don't understand how. And we're gonna get more into about why it's irreversible and what you have to live with. I think that's gonna be pretty difficult, but here it is.
And other legislators who are contemplating these discriminatory bills have been put on notice by the Department of Justice and the Department of Health and Human Services that laws and policies preventing care that healthcare professionals recommend for transgender minors may violate the Constitution and federal law. To be clear, every major medical association agrees that gender-affirming healthcare for transgender kids is a best practice and potentially life-saving. All of this begs an important question. What are these policies actually trying to solve for? LGBTQI plus people can't be erased or forced back into any closets, and kids across our nation should be allowed to be who they are without the threat that their parents or their doctor could be imprisoned simply for helping them and loving them.
Now I'm gonna let you talk about what you think of that. But before I say anything about that, how they mix that in. It's like LGBTQIA and.
I will say this. Number one, back in the day when it was the GLB and then it was the GLBT, it meant gay, lesbian, bisexual, transsexual. Then it became the LGBTQ, and the T became transgender, and then it allowed transvestites and people who identify as gender fluid. All right? What we're talking about here is we're talking about surgeries and hormones, and it's plastic surgery with hormones is what it is.
Mm-hmm.
We're talking about making permanent changes to a child's body. We're talking about when Jen Psaki is sitting up there going, without the fear of the parents going to jail for affirming their child and stuff like that, you're abusing your child, whether you want to know it or not, whether you want to believe me or not. I will tell you this: no child can make the kind of choices and understand the side effects and the consequences of the choices when they are being gender affirmed. If you are giving a child a positive reinforcement, all that child wants is to be positively reinforced. You look at a child, you discipline a child, they feel bad. You praise a child, they feel great. So tell me what you think is going to happen when you're constantly praising a child while not telling them, oh, by the way, for the rest of your life, if you go down this path, you're going to be hormone dependent for the rest of your life. If you choose to have, your ovaries removed, you're never going to produce estrogen ever again. If you have your testicles removed, you're never going to produce a large enough quantity of testosterone to have proper exhibition of male characteristics. Okay.
And then, and being that testosterone is also used for other things, not just reproduction and male characteristics. Your body needs that testosterone, just like your body needs estrogen. Because men have
strength.
Yes, bone strength,
bones, muscle, how the body develops, all that stuff. If we're talking about children, if we're just talking about children right here, we're talking about, let's say we block the puberty of a female, okay? Let's not let her hips develop properly because the body's not receiving the signals to allow the widening of the pelvis. Because when you look at a child pre-puberty, most children's bodies are straight up and down. They all look the same.
Yeah.
It's not until puberty that you get your
secondary curve.
Right?
Yes.
Right. So now imagine that you stop a female's puberty and their pelvis never develops properly. And suppose they don't want to be male in appearance, but you've stunted the development of the ischium and iliac crest of the pelvis. And now you've hindered their ability, if they ever want to have children, you've made a hostile environment to where this may not work correctly because you've done this. That's just one of the issues.
Yeah, I mean, and I'm gonna play this. The next thing since I played that, I'm gonna play, because you heard the White House press secretary talk about this and call it gender reaffirming. Like you said, they are affirming something. It's not like it's something that is natural or normal. They just affirm it. They're cheering something on, a mutilation of your body, a chemical castration, and then they're going to flood you with all kinds of pharmaceutical drugs that you're going to be on for the rest of your life.
And you're going to pay for it too.
And they never, ever talk about the complications. But I'm going to play the right standpoint on it, because when they always try to make it right or left, but really I don't look at it right or left. I look at it right and wrong, because I mean, where the conservatives, Republicans, whether I'll just say the normal people, the same people are looking at this and they see it's wrong. A child cannot make a decision like this. This should not be something affirmed to them, because you're affirming something that, and they don't have any idea of the ramifications behind it. But I'm gonna play Trump's what he just said at a rally about this whole situation with these puberty blockers and changing the sex of children.
Who would have ever believed we'd even be talking about this stuff, right? Who would believe it? Blockers and sex-changing surgeries for children and minor youth. Can you imagine a child? And then they grow up and they said, why the hell did you do that to me, mom or dad or government or government? Biden's Department of Justice has also announced they will punish medical doctors who refuse to perform irreversible and highly controversial transgender procedures. I can't even believe it. Who the hell would have ever believed we'd even be talking about this stuff, right? Who would believe it? With their extremist sex and gender ideology, the Democrat Party is waging war on reality, war on science, war on children, war on women. The Republican Party is now the party of American women and American children, and we will protect women in sports. Women in sports, and not.
Okay. And I agree with him 100%. Like, who would have thought we would be even talking about this, and why would it be even up for debate? It sounds absolutely nuts, because children can, number one, children can't give consent because they don't have the maturity level to consent to anything. That's why they have parents. They can't consent to say, oh, I'm consenting to take these puberty blockers. I'm consenting to go and to do things to my body, remove parts. A child can't consent to that. So if they can't consent to that, they definitely can't consent to sex. Why are we even here? It should be, but I think it's more like a depopulation tactic, along with exploiting a group of people or unassuming children, because a child could be weird or nerdy, introverted, shy, and the way they're targeting these kids, like, oh, well, you may be trans, and they say, oh, you may be non-binary. They have all these different things just because they're odd, but yet you can be odd as a kid. You can think certain things, but that child needs time to mature and grow. But you can't make those decisions, and it's terrible, because this ruins lives. And I think that's what people don't understand. They don't understand you. And we're gonna get more into that after I play this, and we'll talk about your own personal part. You can give what's going on with you. We're gonna get into that. But I'm gonna play this one video of this guy, which is a female, who was doing female to male transition, and he is just tore up about what he's done to himself and where he's at. And like you said, you have the crowd that's affirming this all up through the process, but when you get it done, that crowd that was affirming it, cheering you on, they disappear. They're going about and live their lives, and you have to deal with the aftermath.
Angry. What's gonna happen to the kids and the youth? And there's so many people who regret this. There's more and more and more coming out, and younger too, on puberty blockers, that been on puberty blockers. And I read one that I think he went on puberty blockers at 16, and now he's like 20 or 21, and he is like suicidal because his penis won't grow anymore. Like, it does damage. It makes me so angry. And what we're gonna get is a generation that's screwed up. That are screwed up in like 10, 15 years. Wait, not even. I think it's accelerating quite quickly. When we get 30, 40-year-olds that are going to be like, what the fuck did I do when I was 16 or whatever? Like, and you can't go back. You can't go back. I'm sad for myself, of course. Not in a victim kind of way, but in like, I need to, this process of mourning who I was is touch and go. So, but I'm sad for humanity and the children and what's gonna happen when they're screwed up. We're gonna see what's gonna happen. And I really, really hope that all these professionals get their friggin' karma, because I know that some of them don't realize and some of them might be brainwashed and whatever, but some of them know exactly what they're doing. They know exactly what they're doing. Cash cowing.
Cash cowing. You know, and that's the other sinister part about this. There's a lot of money to be made in this, and then there's a lot of money to be made in the medical industry for the care that you're going to still have to go through after that. So we have, and then we're going to get into your story. I'm going to play this part because I'm showing that's a female to male. And you see a lot, I've been seeing a lot of those videos, but you don't see that many. I didn't really look as hard for the female. There are some, the one that just spoke in Washington, male to female, regret. And this one right here is, this is courtesy of Blair White. She did just a little piece from her interview, and she has a much longer interview with this Brazilian transgender who now regrets it and misses her penis. And I just took this one little part out, just because you're seeing the regret here, and that's what a lot of people don't understand. It's permanent. I mean, you can't reverse it. You can detransition, and we're going to talk about what's the purpose of doing that, because even though you hear you can't reverse it. Now I want you to answer that once we come out of this one right here.
What does it feel like to miss your penis?
Honestly, like, I didn't miss it up until I started, like, I mean, I missed it, but I couldn't admit it to myself. It was like a sunk cost fallacy. And then I started having phantom limb thing happening. I would wake up in the morning and have dreams about having a penis. And then I would wake up and not have it. And it was just such a mirror situation, because when I was convinced I was a woman, I was like remembering how I was a kid waking up dreaming I had a vagina. And now I'm like, I wish I could go back. I made a huge mistake, you know, but I realized I will never be able to get back my penis. And it's very traumatic realization, and it's super sad. I mean, I don't want to like a pity party, but it is sad. Like, I mean, I've my life kind of, I could have been so much more vibrant person and could have accomplished so much more, you know. And I do miss my full sex drive, and I honestly can't even take too much testosterone because it will give me more sexual desires, and I can't really experience all that because it's traumatic. And honestly, moving forward, I don't even know like what hormones I'm gonna be on. And I told them that I was not happy with my transition. I was trying to get in touch with one of the therapists who gave me letters, and nobody even gave me his email. So yeah, it's like they really don't care. It's like they don't want to even know, because why? It's a big industry. All the surgeons.
And it only is a bad look for them to have a patient say, I regret this.
Right, because it doesn't align with the general narrative, because it will make a lot of people reconsider if that's the right step for them. I wish somebody hugged me a few years back and be like, you know what, you can present feminine, you can wear heels, hair, whatever you want, but the sad reality, we don't have technology to make you an actual woman.
So you wish someone would have stopped you from transitioning?
I wish, and my parents tried to, but they were not in America, and they just told me like, you know, it was more of a religious spin, but at the time I was not willing to listen to them. You know, they just said, you know, in a Muslim religion it's haram. You know, they said it's like you're going against God. But if one of medical professionals said, like, I just feel so angry. I feel like these people didn't have my best interests. They never tackled my childhood traumas. They never dove deeper. They just assumed that was like, they affirmed me, you know, into this, I believe into self-harm.
That's what's so dangerous, right? Is that we have these affirming therapists and doctors now who have every incentive in the world to say, yes, you are trans, this is the issue you're struggling with, rather than try to see if there's another cause. And a lot of times there is another cause. In your case, there were more causes that weren't looked at.
But I think people need to go back to a science lab and figure out and have better stricter definition of what true trans is. Yes. And this is not gatekeeping. We're in trouble. Like there's already so many kids that regret it.
You just tell them why are you detransitioning? What? Okay.
Well, I'd like to back up to the gender affirmation aspect, which was being discussed. In the first 6 months of my gender affirmation procedure, this is before the orchiectomy, I had told my therapist on 2 different occasions I wanted to stop the process. I told the first time was I was concerned about weight gain and I didn't want to continue the hormone aspect of my therapy because I was noticing a weight gain and I wanted to turn around, go back to full. My testes were still intact. I could utilize my testosterone to lose like about 50 pounds. I was like, I want to turn it back. The endocrinologist said, oh, you don't want to be jumping back and forth between hormone statuses. So we don't want you to go off of is spironolactone was the testosterone blocker, and I was already on a little bit of estradiol for the estrogen, and my pharmacist, my endocrinologist said, I do not want you jumping around on your hormones, so I'm not going to allow you to stop, which is what I was saying. I want to stop. Second time, that was in the first 3 months. 2 months after that, I said, I'm really not feeling right about going through with this. I don't feel right from a political, I don't feel right personally, I don't feel right emotionally, I don't feel right spiritually. And then I received a phone call, and during that phone call, psychological magic happened, and it was chalked up in my chart as patient was having a blue period. Will continue gender affirmation.
And this is up to you before getting the surgery, right?
This is before having a castration, before the orchiectomy. I had told my experts in gender affirming care twice that I wanted to stop the process, and they convinced me to continue. Instead of dealing with my underlying psychological issues which were going on in my mind, they pushed forward anyway. The gender dysphoria aspect, for me, it was very psychological, and there was an opportunity missed, which I explained to the therapist in hindsight. This is something I would like to be added. If they're going to do gender affirmation, start with the body the patient was born into and try affirming and gender. Let me just say, definition of gender: masculine, feminine, neuter. I want to make that very clear. The 3 genders I deal with are masculine, feminine, and neuter. If you are dealing with a biological male, maybe try affirming the masculine gender first and work with that to begin with, if you're going to do gender affirmation. Pardon me?
Yeah, I mean, when did you, like I said, one of the things that back in the 90s, late 90s, I have friends that are trans. My best friend is trans. They don't have, none of them have had bottom surgery. But back then there were a procedure. Back then there were specific things that you had to do in order to get a sex change. You had to go to a psychiatrist. You had to go for so long, and then you had to be. They had to sign over. They had to release you to get the castration. It was a procedure. There was a procedure. There were always procedures, and it was set in stone about how this is done. Somehow between the 90s and I guess getting into the 2000s, they threw all those out the window. They don't have those procedures in place because it's like, yeah, that's why I said gender dysphoria is mental. It's in your head. You feel, it's all a feeling. It's not like it's a physical thing. Other than the physical thing is when you get to where you're starting to change yourself physically, and then that's cosmetic. So with your medical treatment,
yes,
they talked to you, they kind of like reaffirmed you to continue, for you to continue the process. Now you go and you tell me what happened after how it led up to your castration.
Okay, so as I was saying, I had warned them twice that I did not want to continue with this, and I was For lack of a better term, I was psychologically convinced
Mm-hmm.
to continue with the process. There was no living as a woman for 2 years prior to any of this, which historically had been done. There a lot of the things which were required in decades preceding were
Yeah.
did not appear to be required. It was about 2 months from the time I said I think I might want to transition to my initial consult with a psychotherapist, and then it was about 1 month after that consult, I'm on spironolactone, having my testosterone blocked, and then about 4 months after that, and mind you, at this point in between the time when I'm on Spiro to the point where I'm on estradiol, I'm already saying, hey, I'm noticing that I'm gaining some weight. I want to stop. And then I was told, no, you can't stop. You have to go forward. And then at the 5th month mark, now I'm more on estrogen and less on, let's see, I'm on a higher dose of Spiro at 5 months, and I'm being titrated up on my estrogen. And then that's where I'm like, I'm not wanting to do this. And they wouldn't let me stop at that point. They convinced me to continue going. And then it was about 1 year after the beginning is when I am now getting approved to have orchiectomy and that surgery. From what would have taken from day 1 to day 700, just living as a woman, has now been contracted to a year, and we've gone from starting hormones or starting androgen blockers to starting estradiol, and within 1 year now, the testes are coming off, which means I no longer have to take spironolactone because there's nothing producing testosterone any longer. That's quite a bit different from the way it used to be.
So this was all done within from the time you started to getting your castration, that was just in the span of a year and a half?
It was about a year and a quarter.
So how long so prior to that, were you living 24/7 as a female?
No.
Prior to that? And you were not?
No.
Oh, Lord.
No, I was. Have you ever seen the photos of me when I was doing my personal training for the YMCA? I had a mohawk. I was a dude. I was a total dude. It's like I was masculine as fuck. It's like it wasn't.
But I thought they did make you still they stopped the riding out of the, because I think the procedure of what I remember, it had to be like 5 years. It took about 5 years before they, at least I know 3 of them having to live as a woman and being on hormones before they can get directed towards getting a castration. That's how the procedure used to be. And now they just took that out and took you straight from being it's like they changed you from being a man and said, okay, we're going to just do this. And you didn't have that period of time. How long were you on? You weren't even on hormones long enough to develop any fleshy breasts.
Hey now.
I mean, because that
they
does
were
take
budding.
time. They were. I mean, they start. I mean, from what? Let's see. Because the reason why I know about this, because I saw my friend do it when they got on hormones, when her breast started coming in. She had about probably a cup, if it got there, maybe a B. But it took, to even get to that, it took at least about 2-3 years of that. On that. That's why I cannot believe that they took you straight to castration in a year and a half.
This is what was interesting about it. I wasn't okay. So in the beginning, I was, the only thing that was remotely feminine was that I wore the brown eyeshadow like the men in Vogue wore, because I liked the way it worked with my bone structure of my face. But I was in a very delicate psychological state at this time. I was working with through depression, anxiety, borderline personality disorder, and there were some issues going on outside of my relationship with my now husband.
Mm-hmm.
It had nothing to do with my husband and I, but it had other things to do with portions of his family,
Mm-hmm.
which I'm not going to go into because I don't want to have that kind of liability.
Mm-hmm.
There were really bad issues happening outside of our relationship, which were having a negative impact on not our relationship, but the environment of our relationship.
Mm-hmm.
And at the time when I was saying I would like to transition, it was said in jest to another doctor because I wanted to escape from the current situation I was in. And so I flippantly said, I might as well just change my gender because then maybe I could find some peace and quiet from this shit. Well, that got turned into a consult to my therapist, my psych therapist. And at that point also, I'm presenting very male. It's like I have a mohawk. I have much larger muscles. I am training to become a personal trainer at the YMCA. I am trying to cope with a lot of external factors which have nothing to do with gender identity. But it was the moment I joked about changing my gender, that was taken seriously. That was taken seriously. And so as I'm going through this with the testosterone blocker and introduction of the estrogen, now I'm starting to acquire female clothes. My husband is being gender affirming to me. So he's buying me feminine clothing. Our friends and acquaintances are being very gender affirming. I find out later the reason why they were being gender affirming is because they were afraid not to. Because at the same time that I'm going through this shit, the public is being conditioned to support people like me through this transition. And now I come to find out about 2 weeks ago when we're having a dinner party that 2 of the people who gender affirmed me back then are now telling me that they were shocked that I was going to go through this process because I didn't appear to have any feminine characteristics other than every once in a while queening out and stuff. It's like, but that's what gays do sometimes.
Yeah.
They just, mince and prance
But
for fucking reason. But
and that's what that queen was saying about, she could still be feminine.
Yes.
Still dress feminine. If she wanted to, without having to go and mutilate yourself.
Without having to cut yourself up.
Yeah. And that's the thing, like with the trans, like I said, all the trans people that I know right now, the only one that I know that was planning on getting sexual reassignment surgery, and that was prior to COVID. She was supposed to go to New York and something happened and she had to postpone it. Then COVID hit. So I'm thinking that she hasn't even had it. I think it was a blessing in disguise because she's probably now not going to do it because she can still, but she lives still as a transgender female, but and she lives her life as a female. She just hasn't had the bottom surgery. So you've had the bottom surgery, and now we're going to get into that part. The bottom surgery is done when it's male to female. You said you get that the vagina before we even start this about that the vagina and the penis that you're getting in these surgeries are basically, they don't work like how they supposed to work. They're not there. It's just there. It's not going to be. You can't create a penis. You can't create a vagina. They can give you
They sure try. I don't know how the fuck a man made, and I hope the cursing is quite okay.
No, you go right ahead with it.
I don't know how the hell they make a man-made vagina. I don't have a man-made vagina. They told me that I could get a man-made vagina. They explained to me how they would do it by bisecting my colon and bringing the mucosa of my colon forward. And I heard horror stories about men who had done this, and then they end up passing.
Okay. First, we got to make sure the people, because you and I talked about this before, and I want to make sure they understand what this is. There are 2 forms of the vagina you can have where One is where it's not. It's just like what you have, right? It's not the kind
I don't
that
have a vagina.
what do you have?
It's just a cosmetic vulva.
It's called a cosmetic vulva, so that means it just looks like it there, but there's no way of inserting anything.
There's nothing. Nothing's going in. Zero depth.
Nothing. The zero depth. Okay, that's called a zero depth vagina. It's just basically cosmetic, and there's zero depth there. But if you get a what you call it, what's the other kind it's called when it's
the vaginoplasty or whatever that is?
Vaginoplasty, where it has depth, you have to. That means you gotta. It's like almost like when you pierce your ears. You have and how that hole likes to close up if you don't keep earrings in it. It's the same way down there. They have to what you say use a.
They create a wound which you have to keep open daily with a thing called a dilator.
Mm-hmm.
And you get if I would have gone this path, I'd probably be doing the interview with Axel right now with a dilator inside of me because I'm just sitting here.
Because you have to keep it. It has to.
You have to keep it open.
Okay, so, and with that being said, a lot of people don't understand that even with that, and you having to wear a dilator because it allows depth. It's a certain amount of depth there.
You can only go so deep.
But it's also connected. The way they do it, they have to use it with your aim.
Some of these man-made vaginal canals are created with the bowel tissue, like the mucosa from your lower intestine. So that can pose issues with body waste going the wrong way sometimes.
So it'll come out your vagina as opposed to coming out your butthole.
Right. Well, it can come out both. That's something that I have heard about and thankfully never experienced.
Because you didn't get it like that.
I didn't get it. When they told me that was a risk, I was like, oh, hell no. It's like, I'm not going to do that. And then the other one that I found out about, I'm not versed in this one, but I've heard about this other one called an alloderm vagina, where they take cadaver flesh and they make a vaginal canal out of that. So you don't need to have the colon bisection to have that. But now we're talking about another person's dead flesh making your vaginal canal, and that wasn't presented to me. And I think I would have like called a halt, like a serious halt to the whole damn thing had anyone said that to me. So what I chose.
So you said they take the flesh of a dead person to make the canal.
Yes.
And even when they do that, you still have to do the.
I don't know.
Dilator? Do you still have to do it?
I don't know. I imagine you probably.
I would think you would have to because it's still a hole that needs to stay open. That's just the canal is made. The skin is used to make the canal for something to be able to go in it, I guess.
I wish I knew how exactly. Oh, do I really want to know how that works? I mean, oh Lord.
I mean, but okay, so you had just the.
Yeah, it's just all it is. It's like it's the scrotum, which has been emptied. Of course, there are no testes in it, so they just took the scrotum and just fashioned some labia out of it, and then the penis gets more or less kind of. It's kind of like shortened, and then they try to keep the nerves intact, and then they try to make the glands, like the head, they try to fashion that into some sort of like rudimentary clitoris or something like that. And then it all just gets like flattened out down here. And it's like, it doesn't really look like a vagina to me. It just kind of looks, I mean, it doesn't look like a vulva. It just kind of looks like someone kind of lit some firecrackers in my crotch and then they tried their best to reassemble it. Is kind of like what it looks like to me. It looks stupid. It looks nothing like what a female's parts look like.
And it's not like I guess some people have said, well, some people have thinks that, well, do you like it? Does it look like a Barbie doll or a Ken doll? You know how they don't have nothing there. It doesn't look like that. So it's not like that. But it's
It
but it
just
has it
looks
just
like a
has
mess. Pardon, go on, sorry.
so it let me now I'm gonna get to this part about it because I know some people are probably wondering. So when they do that part, they change it over. Okay, when it comes to urination,
Yeah,
you urinate there out of there, so they keep your penis intact to where you can urinate, right? Through
it's
this.
like, well, you have to sit. That's for damn sure. You have to sit,
Mhm.
and it. I don't think that part works normal either because it doesn't go down. It tries to come out in front. So it's like you can't stand because there's nothing to aim anymore. Like when you have a dick, at
Mhm.
least you can aim your
Point,
stream.
yeah.
Okay. But now it's like it's more like I kind of like have to like lean forward a bit when I'm sitting to make
Mhm.
sure the stream is actually going into the bowl. And that's a bit of a mess. Or it can be. So I have to be very, very careful about that. And there's no way to aim the stream unless you want to get your fingers all wet with your own urine, which I'm not into. That's not my thing.
Uh-huh.
And it doesn't have the sensation anymore. And there's no possibility of having an orgasm. And there's no way to stimulate. There's no pleasure stimulation any longer. It's like it's
And that's the next part we go into is like
yeah.
you're this is and I found out that I think that is the part that where it has to be difficult to have to know you have to live with that at that point because that and if you don't have any sexual stimulation, that means do you have any sexual urges? Do you even have that
No.
urge?
No, and that's the part that I'm glad I did this when I was older. I'm glad I did this after I sowed my oats and everything and had my wild days. And I'm glad that I'm with one person and I found the person I want to spend the rest of my life with. However, when we are being intimate with each other as married people will be,
Mhm.
I don't want to tell my husband, oh, by the way, I'm working on all the memories of every romantic and every passionate experience I've ever had in my life. What I'm doing right now is I'm constructing for you, my husband, a very pleasurable experience. I'm feeling absolutely nothing on my side. Don't even ask me how I'm feeling, because if I had to tell you the truth, I'm acting. Everything that we're doing right now that's getting you off, my dear husband, is an act because I feel nothing. I feel love. I love my husband, but there's nothing going on. There's no sexual arousal. All it is a memory of what it once was to feel that kind of passion. And I'm acting on material I used to know. If I never had the history, I would never know what passion is. I would never know what sexual arousal is. I would
Well,
never know because I don't feel it. So
Mhm.
therefore, I'm wondering with these parents who are trying to do this stuff to their kids, I don't think that they understand that someday their kids are going to be adults. And I can't imagine what the psychological effect is going to be on these people who have never experienced real mature passion, real mature sexual experiences, and all the wonderful sensations that go with that. For
Mhm.
anyone who's ever been in love, I don't think that these people will be able to know how to fall in love. I don't think that they'll understand what drive is because that all goes away. Gone.
Mm.
Ovaries, testicles, they're
Yeah.
basically the same except
Same
in
thing.
different bodies.
Different
Right.
bodies. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they sit here and push this on children who a child basically never had sex, shouldn't have had sex
Shouldn't have.
prior to puberty. So they're putting you on puberty blockers, which totally stops that whole process anyway. where you won't even have any feelings. So you never have ever felt sex or anything. So you never felt sex, never had sex, and then you change your sex. And you end up being like Jazz Jennings. And when you look at, she's a perfect case study for affirmation. They gave her a TV show. Her family was all behind it. She has a huge support. It was, you know, she was on national television, lots of support. Going through the process, had the surgery. There was difficulties and complications in having when they made the vagina, and she had to go back because it kept like closing up or something it didn't do, and she had to go back in there. Fast forward, after that's done, she starts to gain weight. And because she eats, and she's eating, you know, out of stress probably, and also stress eating, and the fact that, you know, you're dealing with all kinds, because she was on antidepressants, all these other medications, and she gained all this weight. She didn't look like she did when they started the show. I think 5 seasons, I think it's 5 or 6 seasons back. She wasn't so petite and small with a nice little figure she looked very passable back then. But but they started this child when she was like, what, 4, 5, 6. They talk about this, you know, and it was like, you know, and they present it as if, and this is where we get to the spiritual side of it, to where this child was born with the wrong sex. And as if there was a mistake. God made a mistake. She's wrong. She was born in the wrong body because she looked so feminine, and she was so feminine. She liked girl clothes, and everything about her was a girl. That's how they presented her story. Is this, you know, and her family couldn't deprive her of being who she is. They're going to allow her to be who she is. And she was, I think, this started about 4 or 5 years old. And, you know,
4 or 5.
Yeah, and I'm going like, what child is, you're not who you are. You don't even know who you are. You don't even know anything about yourself. That's what growing does. Growing and living, and you developed into the person that you are as with your life experience. You haven't had enough life experience at 5 years old to make a decision. And then the way they affirmed that with her, you know, she had all that, but now fast forward, now she gained all this weight. She's on all these medications. She's miserable, and she doesn't have any feeling for sex at all because she's never had sex. She's never had an orgasm or anything, and she never will have an orgasm. Explain why. What was your decision to do that? What was your decision to detransition?
Okay, when this whole gender affirmation was marketed to me and they were telling me about the side effects, they were saying, okay, well, you might have like a risk of clots, you might have a risk of higher blood pressure, you might have mood swings, you might have like any number of things, which seemed like they were, okay, I can manage these side effects. What they didn't explain to me is that I would be taking on further handicaps that I hadn't planned on having. Like, I didn't plan on possibly one day having menopause. Okay? Like, for instance, let's say right now we're going through supply chain issues. What happens to a person who is hormone dependent if they can't get their testosterone or their estrogen? Well, in my case, it turns out that we have to go through menopause and everything that goes with menopause if I stop taking estrogen. I know that this probably won't make any sense, that might be part of my reason for detransitioning, but I've got something to say. With menopause comes the additional osteoporosis. I already have osteoporosis because of when I was taking the HIV drugs. They really depleted my calcium and weakened my skeletal system. Well, being on estrogen hasn't helped that. It's exacerbated the osteoporosis. So that's handicap number 1. Handicap number 2 is with the weight gain. It's like they didn't tell me it was going to be almost nearly impossible to lose fucking weight while on estrogen and not having testosterone. So a portion of it is I don't want to age out with diabetes. And the diabetes aspect is creeping up because I'm having problems managing my weight while being on estrogen. That wasn't explained to me. So that's another handicap that I was not told about. I don't need more handicaps in my life. Okay? So a portion of why I want to detransition, although I may not be able to, is that getting back on testosterone, which I never should have removed my testicles, is that I can possibly stop myself from becoming full-on diabetic, and I can get my bone structure while I'm still in my early 50s. I can get my bone structure back to where if I do have to go through oh my Lord, a male having to say, if I have to go through osteoporosis, not osteoporosis, if I have to go through menopause, that should never come out of a biological male's mouth. They should never be talking about possibly going through menopause.
And menopause, what symptoms would you be having? Would you be having hot flashes and things like that women have?
Flashes, mood swings, heart palpitations, all the shit that a woman goes through. And have you ever heard a woman say, "I love menopause. Oh, I'm looking forward to menopause." I mean, maybe if the female doesn't want to have kids, maybe that's the only thing that menopause is good for, is that it's pretty much the sign that your ovaries have dried up and you're not going to be at risk of having pregnancy any longer.
And what stops the menopause helps is you taking the estrogen pills. Is that what you have to take estrogen to?
From what I understand,
to cut the symptoms.
That's what I understand, is that when a female takes estrogen when going through menopause is to manage the symptoms of menopause. Now imagine that you can't get estrogen at all. So not only is it transsexuals like myself, who male to female, but every biological female out there going through menopause would not have access to estrogen. So why the hell for biological women, why would I want to be tapping into their estrogen supply? It's an ethical issue as well. It's there's only so much estrogen to go around, especially if you're in the middle of a shortage. I'm not going to take from a biological woman when I did this to myself. Biological woman didn't ask to be a woman. I thought I could be a woman. I made a fucking mistake. Well, I'm not going to go and take some biological woman's estrogen just so I don't have to suffer. That's not what a man does. I think the reaffirmation process is occurring. It's I know I'm male. I'm not going to try to fake this shit anymore, because we're getting down to the point in our reality, in our society, where it's kind of fucking selfish at this point to try to pretend you're something you're not. And then we come to this aspect. Why I might not be able to detransition. I may not be able to go on testosterone because I have a weakened skeletal structure. If I go back on testosterone, it may cause muscles to reactivate. And we're talking about breaking my long bones, because if you start putting on male muscle on a weakened frame, we're talking about risk of fracture if I do that. Another thing is what am I going to do with male sex drive? What in the hell am I going to do? How am I going to release that energy? What am I going to do?
So when you take,
it's not a case of blue balls.
So when you take the testosterone manually, it creates the sex. It actually creates the sex drive for you. It will create a sex drive.
It might reactivate male tendencies. It may. What happens now that I have no way of releasing any kind of sexual energy, and especially after not having any kind of sex drive for let's say over the past 6 years, 5 of those years I've had no sex drive. What happens if I end up having a sex drive? What am I going to do with that? There's no way to have an orgasm. There's no way for me to release that kind of energy. So what am I going to do? Am I going to go and punch a punching bag?
It's like, I mean,
What am I gonna
wow.
do? And then there's another aspect to it as well.
Mhm.
It's like, okay, so I can't have an orgasm. I might risk breaking my bones. And Element, I'm sorry, I'm distracted. There's like a shit ton of activity happening in Element right now. And it's
So you
flickering.
can you can break your bones by taking testosterone. Okay, so the testosterone, we're back, with that. Now finish up what you were saying about the other reasons you would need it or what it would cause.
Well, let's say I go back on testosterone again, and let's say I try to pull off a male form again, like I used to be able to. Okay,
Mhm.
let me turn for you. You can't see it too well in this t-shirt, but let me just turn and turn and turn and turn. What do you start to notice there?
I see what your breast.
You see these B cups?
Yeah,
They're
yeah,
not they're not moobs. These are not moobs, these are breasts. This
So
is
you got
breast.
so you got like a size B.
This is a B cup, and my mammograms
Uh-huh.
show that this is breast tissue, not pectoralis tissue. So what do you suppose happens if I try to reachieve a male chest? What do you suppose is going to be wrong with my profile?
So is it gonna always so that because it's fleshy, right? So
It's dense breast tissue now. It's no longer male chest tissue. It's breast tissue.
and that
If
came
I
from the hormones, right?
That's from the hormones. In fact, the mammogram technician
So they
said,
don't shrink when you
"Wow,
stop taking them?
no, no,
Oh.
they're just firm. They're firm, not hard, mind you, but
Mhm.
they're perky female breasts on a male. So, in order for me to ever have a male chest again, guess what I'm gonna have to have?
A
I'm a mastectomy. I'm gonna have to have a bilateral mastectomy to ever get a man's chest again.
So basically you have to go get it
Zipper tits.
cut out.
Cut them off. Yeah.
Cut them off. And then I thought when you stop taking the hormones that they probably would shrink, get smaller. They
No.
they don't. So
No.
taking so right now, do you take any as in your process of detransitioning, do you take any estrogen?
I can't detransition yet. I haven't been given permission to. If I see, for one, I have to be cleared
Mhm.
to begin taking testosterone. I have to be medically cleared to go back to my biological sex. Isn't that a twist? I have to get medical fucking permission to go back to being a full-time man. And the people in charge of the pills or the injections or the creams or the gels or whatever I would need to do it
Mhm.
are the ones who are going to decide whether or not I can even do this. So I'm currently in the process of going through the psychological appointments again, and they have instructed me that they will not be taking me off of estrogen anytime soon, and they will not be putting me on testosterone anytime soon, that I need to go through all the gates to get back to who I was before, while blaming me for being in this situation. The psychotherapist, and that's why I didn't want to mention where I'm going through, because I don't want that kind of fucking heat, has already blamed me twice for my predicament.
Mhm.
And has said that the medical team did not perform any malpractice whatsoever, even though I informed them twice that I wanted to stop the procedure,
Mhm.
that they find themselves harmless and without fault in my care. And now I'm sitting here having to prove I'm a dude to the psychotherapist before they'll even consider giving me the hormones necessary to transition back. And I'll never be 100% whole because there are pieces of me missing
that you can't bring back.
Can't bring those back. And this I can't get rid of with like as much exercise as I would do. There are mounds of breast tissue on my chest which cannot be reduced through exercise. And if I build muscle, it would just build muscle under breast tissue, which would make these look even weirder because I would never achieve. And yes, I could wear loose clothing. The thing is that clothing comes off, and eventually I look at myself in the mirror. And as I told my therapist, I was told I would become feminine. I don't see a woman when I look in the mirror. I see a dude with tits. And when I look lower, and they're not, like I said, they're not moobs, they're not man boobs, they're fucking female tits on a dude. And when I look lower, I see a mangled set of, it's not even genitalia, it's just a way for me to take a piss, a very misdirected, can't aim piss. And no orgasm, no pleasure, no stimulation, none of that. It is mutilation. I have mutilation.
Wow. Now, here's the question. You got two questions here. Can you get a second opinion from a doctor, from another doctor, instead of relying on just one? Can you get another second opinion from someone else? Can someone else authorize this?
I'm sure I could. I'm sure I could get a second opinion, and I don't have the funds left. So I'm kind of stuck with my current provider because this is expensive. I don't understand why parents would, like, let's say you're a parent and you have a biologically male child who is expressing feminine tendencies. Why would you remove your child's ability to produce testosterone for the rest of their life and make them pharmacologically dependent? That isn't free. Someone has to buy those hormones. So and then imagine if you would, that you had your best intentions for your biologically male son, turning them into a medical daughter, and imagine that day that your new daughter can no longer afford the estrogen. So now they're in their 20s, and let's say they're struggling to pay bills and they can't afford estrogen, and now you have a 20-year-old going into menopause. Consider that. Let's say you've just put your child in a situation where they are hormonally dependent for the rest of their lives. Who's going to pay for that for them for the rest of their lives? And if they miss, like, let's say they miss a month, let's say they can't afford the hormones for a month. Well, it's going to fuck with their mood. It's going to fuck with their emotions. It's going to fuck with their body. And as the
wouldn't them not having it be hazardous to their health because they will need that? Isn't that a problem?
That's why the endocrinologist, when I said I'm noticing some weight gain, and she said to me, well, we don't want to adjust your hormones too much because that's bad for a person. Yes, the answer is yes. There's a reason why they didn't want to flip me around and why they wanted to keep me on this path, because they know this part. They do know. They know that when you fuck around with hormones, you're going to have negative manifestations occur. Wow. And why would they want that at this point? Why are they keeping people like myself, like the person who you showed in the video, like a number of other people who are out there, like this other YouTuber named Kat and stuff like that? We're all kept silent because if our stories come out, then the whole narrative gets disruptive. And why are these young ones looking at people like me saying, oh, well, that's just a conservative with conservative views? It's like, no, child. We are the product of the industry, which is convincing you to change you instead of loving who you are. They want you to look to medicine to change who you are so you can love someone you don't know. And when that person may or may not ever materialize. I mean,
well, basically, let's just call a spade a spade. They are telling you, they're telling people that we can change your gender and change you into from a male to female. In actuality, they can't. They can't. They can't do it. They can't change you from female to male. You can look in appearance and be that way. You can look. It can be all. It's all cosmetic, but the actual being and the real feeling of what a male and what a man can be, and how a man feels, how a man operates. A woman would never be able to do that, and a man would never ever be a female, and their body they would never perform or anything and have the feelings and everything of a female. It's just a big lie that they put out here, and like you said, they're trying to tamp down these stories. Now that I know the audience is probably gonna say, well, what did he look like before transitioning? And this is, we have a picture here, and this is what he looked like before they started taking him down the road right here. There you go. That's what he looked like. A handsome, big, muscular male.
No.
I can't believe they tried to talk that into saying, okay, well, yes, you're trans, and we're going to start the process, and in a year and a half, we're going to cut your testicles off, give you castrate you.
Yeah.
Which, one of the things that I do know from my friend who had castrated, she said once she got castrated, even though she was on hormones prior to, and this is back in the 90s when they had the actual procedure. She said after getting castrated, it does allow the hormones to take a lot better, and you can soften up even more.
Oh yeah.
And I think that they were thinking that, oh, we just go ahead and take you through this, that you will feminize because you no longer have the testosterone that's keeping you to have that,
And they have classes. Here, let me see if I can readopt my feminine voice. Let me see. It's more than just raising the tone of your voice. You have to bring the ends of your sentences up just a little bit. I mean, I've been out of practice now, but it's a practice. They train you. Pardon me?
And use a lot of air.
I mean, and use a lot
higher in air.
There's like the more breathiness, and the tone comes out a bit differently, and all these things that go along with being a woman. These are all artificial things that we teach. This kind of thing. That's why I told my husband, I was like, I'm so fucking done using the Baphomet voice, because it is. It's just the fucking Baphomet voice. And I'm like, if this is what it takes to be a passable woman, all of this training, voice training, like they teach you how to walk like a woman and everything like that. It's like, well, it's not natural then. But I was all for it because, gender affirmation, you get the dopamine hits. It's like it feels pretty good and stuff like that. All of this. And then what was the other aspect of it? It's like I got to feel what it's like to grow breasts. It hurts. I got that female experience. It really fucking hurts. Growing breasts hurts.
Because it's very sensitive. They become very sensitive, right? Yeah.
It feels like someone's like shocking you in your chest when these things are growing in. It hurts. I know what it feels like to have mood swings now. I know what it's like to overthink shit. I never used to think about like this when I was like 100% testosterone. I never had the thoughts I have now. Now it's like I talk too fucking much. I know that sounds like really that sounds very what is the word, misogynistic, but it's true. It's like I never used to talk this fucking much, and now I just can't shut up. It's like
now you use it as I mean, at least you're using it as a tool to get your message out there, and you have a show that you have to talk. So at least you're putting it to use. So if you want to talk, you have a talk show where you can talk.
Yeah.
The other question was what What was your husband's reaction on you detransitioning? Did he not want? Does he not want you to go through it, or does he? What is it? What is the reaction to that when you said I want to detransition? How did he react to it?
He sees now. Okay, so at first he was like, "Well, I don't know," and now after like months, because I've been trying to do this now for like months now, he sees. He's like, "Had I known that this is what the end result was going to be, I never would have affirmed you. I never would have put you through this." It's like he feels badly because he sees he was there. He was also part of my care team. He was told that I was going to be feminine. He was there during my voice lessons. He was there during all my laser, like all this painful lasering. He was there for my electrolysis, all that painful fucking tens of thousands of dollars spent to remove natural shit that I never gave me a problem as a man, but now, trying to feminize, it's like, and I still have to shave. Even
So
after,
the electrolysis didn't you spent all that money and you still had some that grow back.
some still grows back, and it's just enough that it's like noticeable. So I still have to shave daily. It's like I'm still having to do male routines and female routines, and they're not even congruent to each other. And then on a social aspect, we have these people who aren't even transsexuals. They're just transvestites calling themselves women. And imagine that social stigma. It's like, no, I don't want to be trans anymore because I'm looking at the freaks who are currently being promoted. I'm looking at the current Biden administration saying that it's illegal to not call somebody by. I mean, we've seen this whole legal push to where parents can't even be included in their children's medical care because they'd be considered transphobic. We've seen like at least one child get removed from the custody of his father because the father wanted his son to remain his son, but the mother wants the son to become a daughter. And we've seen that fucking horse and pony show. It's not healthy to promote this. This is not a lifestyle. No one, and the idea that people are transitioning in the open. When I was going through the initial portions of my transition, I did not go out in public because it's very personal. It's very private. The detransition portion.
I mean, so what about now? I know you have children.
Yes, two stepchildren. Yes.
Oh, they're two stepchildren. So how are they dealing with it?
I don't know because I haven't told them.
Oh,
it's
you
like,
haven't?
no, they're his biological kids, and I haven't told them. Quite frankly, it's none of their damn business what I'm doing. I mean, I
So
look at all this.
were they around before you transitioned?
Yes, the son, and this is what I'm wondering. I don't want to get too close into this because I don't want to get any liabilities on this, but there was only one of his biological children was aware that this was happening to me. The other one was not. And I have a feeling that the other one was in college when the other one decided to transition, okay? Female to male. I'm hoping that the brother wasn't talking to his sister saying, Kevin's becoming Cassandra. And I hope that didn't play into this because I didn't know that the daughter was going to become a son, just like that person didn't know I was going from male to female.
Okay, let me make sure I catch the audience up because they don't know this, that you have a stepdaughter who is transitioning from female to male.
Yes.
And but she hasn't had any surgeries or nothing like that.
This is the part. Okay. this is why there was an aspect of stress early on, which is what I was trying to escape from. The mother was making life hell for my husband and I. And part of the transition was the escapism aspect. If I can just escape Kevin and become somebody different, then maybe I can cope with this shit better. Because I wasn't going to leave my husband to satisfy his ex-wife. It's a very ugly scenario. There's a lot of bullshit happening in the background.
Oh wow.
Well, but the thing is, with the daughter becoming a male, is that she went ahead and had the procedure of cutting off the breasts done. And I was asking this person, I said, are you really sure you want to do that? Are you really sure? And I would like ask and pose these questions. And it was from other members of the family and from her friend group telling me to shut my mouth. I was being a person who had gone through the process.
Oh, wow.
Was being told by people who have not undergone the process to shut my mouth and stop asking my stepkid if they were sure about this.
Wow.
So I was being yelled at by people who have never undergone the process.
I'm so glad you said that, because that's a great segue into my next piece of this female to male transitioning. And she said it ruined her life. And I think the purpose of us doing this is to make sure to bring awareness to people about this process and the lies that are being presented to them, and how they are coloring this as something like it's a thing to do, it's a club, and they making it out to be like it's something you can just do, and there are no ramifications for it. There's nothing you're gonna have to deal with. You can just change your sex, and you're gonna be happy. You're gonna be fulfilled. You are in your truth at that point, and not, you're in a hell of a mess, basically. I mean, to step up after you do it, because of everything that you have to go through. It doesn't just stop with the changing of the genitals. There's things you have to do for the rest of your life. Like you said, you become medically dependent.
Yes.
I mean, and you have to think about on the financial aspect of it. Anything can happen in your life where you can't afford that crap. Or what happens to those type of people when you can't get what you need in order to somehow level out to where you can be a somewhat of a decent of a person? I can imagine everything that goes on, the chemical imbalances you're going to have without having the right amount of estrogen and testosterone. Your hormones are just out of whack, and people don't understand your hormones is something that you
regulates a lot of stuff.
A lot of stuff. It's like, oh my God. So let me play this. I did a content piece on this, but I like this particular piece because of the fact that she says, I've ruined my life,
All right, this is gonna be the last part of this little series. So basically, to wrap it all up, phalloplasty for me has been very traumatizing in the sense that I've undergone over probably 12 surgeries these past 2 years. I underwent a lot of like mental fuckery, physical fuckery, but mostly mental. I feel like most surgery, in my opinion, or anything in life is a mental fuck more than physical. Because I feel like physical, you might be, in pain or sore for a few days, but like, the pain's not forever. Compared to anything mental, aka trauma as well, it sticks with you until you learn to either cope with it or surpass it, or to pretty much push it under the sheets for the time being. And so every day for me personally, I'm reminded of my trauma through phalloplasty, because I look at my arm every day and I see this. I did start to tattoo over it, but you can still see the difference. Like, It's not normal. You know what I'm saying? So between like, you know, having like this big scar on my arm, having an ostomy bag that I'm pooping into at 27, having a catheter on and off for the past 2 years, long as I had it for, I think it was like 10 months. And so even having just a catheter for me is traumatizing because it's not pleasant. It's very uncomfortable. It makes you feel very, I don't want to say insecure, but definitely more self-conscious. You're like, okay, is my bag gonna leak? Do I smell? Should I shower again? I know I just showered, but should I shower again? So all in all, if you're having body dysphoria and you don't feel comfortable in your body, just know that yes, there is surgery, but there's other methods you could try out as well. There's realistic prosthetics you could use. There's all kinds of like sex toys you could use to get you pleasure as well. And all in all, like, don't feel like no one's gonna love you because you don't have a certain part. If someone don't want you based off your body, they don't deserve you. So just remember that. All in all, for all my trans friends, women, men, be kind to yourself today, tomorrow, and every day. And just know that you're beautiful in your own way. You are handsome, you are loved, you are appreciated, and your life matters. And you will always matter. Much love.
These females are lesbians, okay? And they like women. And like he said, there are things, if you want to, there are prosthetics, you know, the strap-ons and stuff like that to pretend like you have a dick, because you're not going to, even the one that they put on is not going to ever operate like a dick. It's never going to do anything that a real dick does for a man, other than you have to use, I think they said they have to use a pump or something to even get it to erect. And then probably tie it off or something for it to even stay like that. It's just, and it's not gonna. So I'm thinking, if you're with a female, which is a lesbian, because she has to be a lesbian if she, but she wants it to be penetrated. Why won't she just be with a man? And it's crazy because this is such a small fraction. I don't know any lesbians that, I mean, I have lesbian friends that mess with butch lesbians who look and appear like, I mean, I know some that look just like a man. You would not know that was a female, but she ain't out here trying to go get her sex changed. She and it's just, they have put this thing out here. If you feel more masculine and you don't have any feminine traits, you look hard like a man, that maybe you need to go have surgery and start this process. And it's just a big lie that you don't even have to do that to be gay. You're gay, you're lesbian, you like women, you're not trans, I mean, it's, and then to see what this guy, he said all those surgeries he's had, and he's wearing a colostomy bag, and just what?
And a catheter. And a catheter.
Yeah, they don't tell them this. So you saying, okay, so do you want to change your sex to where you may end up having 12 surgeries in a year? Can you imagine going under anesthesia 12 times in a year? That's a lot. And anything, he's lucky to be alive because he could have died.
Yeah.
He could have died from
all that. 12 surgeries. Look at my sexy colostomy bag and my sexy catheter. It's kind of like, the same thing over here. It's like if Bruce and I were to ever get a divorce, you think I'm going to go out and find another man and go, hey, look at my blown out cauliflower crotch right here. You like that? That's supposed to be humor. Don't leave me hanging, Axel.
I mean, I know. I'm gonna like. It's like, well, it does put you in an odd space that okay, if you go pick up a man as a man, and then you say, well, I have to tell you something. I don't have my male parts.
I don't have my male.
And I don't have, and then that's something that a person was not thinking about. Oh, well, you don't have that. Oh, well, why not? Oh, well, let me tell you, I tried to I transitioned, and I realized that was a big mistake, and then that's a lot for anyone to have to take on, just dealing with that, just to have to accept that part that, you made a mistake like this, to to take that step in something that was not necessary, because I think I can't even believe they just said, why don't you live first? Because the thing is, I think what would have helped you, if they just said, well, you need to live as a woman for the next 3 or 4 years, and you would have, and go through the process of what all the other ones do, of having to shave every day, if they go to electrolysis, the tucking and all that stuff, and dealing with that all the time. And then
let me inform you on what they used. Do you want to know what they used as their litmus on that?
What?
My drag performances. That's what they used. They equated doing drag as living as a woman, and they're not even fucking related, because everything in drag goes in boxes at the end of the night. That bitch Chi-Chi or Kint or whoever I was playing went into a fucking box, several boxes, and you've been, have you been around drag queens? Do you know what goes on in the dressing
I
room?
have drag queen friends.
Our shit comes off and goes into storage, and no one's fucking touching any of our shit, because that's how we make our money.
And even I have friends that do drag that are 24/7 trans too. So they actually, but the thing is, it's all, drag queens and transgenders are basically, they're two different things. There are some transgenders that do drag,
right.
But a lot of transgenders are just trans and they don't do drag. They don't perform because that's but some of them do it because that's a way to they make their revenue. They make money that way. So, but I guess now, go ahead.
To use drag as, and like, how long have you been doing drag? Well, I've been doing drag for over a decade. It's like, oh, well, then that's plenty of exposure as living as a woman. That's what they used as well, then you've lived as a woman. It's like, well, I've lived as an entertainer. I performed as a woman, right. There's a big difference.
Yeah, you performed as a woman, you did your show, and after the show, you took it off and went home. And when you got home, you washed everything off and you was back to being Kevin. And then when it was time to get into performance, you put that stuff back on and go out on stage, do your thing, make your money, and then go back. It's like, it's not living as a woman. Living as a woman is it's a whole process that goes into that. And like I said, I have friends that I have seen, and I see how they lived their lives, and that's how they did it. Even the ones that did perform, that did drag shows, but also lived as a female. And one of my friends went through electrolysis for her face to remove hair there, and then had silicone injections in her face and in her, because back then, a lot of these, a lot of the trans, they do the silicone. They don't actually, they was doing, but now, since I think now it's different, because it's so many people have died because of it, and they have other ways of getting this, the hips and stuff and all that done.
Yes.
Now, I guess we'll go into this part. I say this part for last only because it kind of explain how you and I came into together.
Yes.
And like I said, I did not know this because I don't like to make anything. It's not about me. It's just that I did my content. I was doing my content based on the reasons I was doing it, because I was lied to, and then I saw this gay agenda and this trans thing and how they were doing it. And because I am gay, and then I have my best friend is trans, and I know something about that, and I saw how this was exploitation. And you came up on me and saw my videos and started watching, and you was on the left at that time. And
I was.
And like I said, I didn't notice until you said it that day in that chat, that because I didn't know it, never knew this, that you, because of watching me, that changed your political position. You started to see this for what it truly was, and you saw the exploitation of, you saw the ridiculousness of them pushing this LGBTQ agenda and commercializing it. So, and then you came up with the name of you started doing, when did you start doing it? From seeing me to creating the racist tranny, the actual
I
tell that.
had been watching you for several months before I ever contacted you. And when you asked me my name when I did my first call in, I was like, I think I will tell him. I was like, I'll be the racist tranny. I'm the racist tranny. And then your reaction to that. And it was like looking back in hindsight and stuff, it's like I did a piece on this. I think I did it yesterday. I made the announcement that Axe Truth is actually the father of the racist tranny. So
and that's what I was like, what? I couldn't even believe that, because I thought that was already created way before me, and you were already doing your thing, and you just happened to find like-minded person. I didn't know I had basically created all that. Wow.
You were the catalyst. Yeah, Dad. So, yes.
To creating that whole, I think, and I think that's what it was when I don't even know what show that was. I guess I have to go in my archives and keep looking to find what, and maybe it was on one of those earlier streams that I lost before they took down my main channel that you called in on. But I mean, I know my reaction to it when you said the race trying, I bust out laughing. I thought it was hilarious, and I got it immediately why you had that name. So
yeah,
and it's and it was like, but you were always so real talking about trans, and I always just talked about it in a plain sense of what I knew, what was around me, and I never talked about transgenders in a way where it was. I made jokes, but my jokes were, and you made the same jokes. We made fun of it. It was fun joke, but but to some, it was, they would think, are you being transphobic? Or no, how am I transphobic? My best friend is trans. Then you, who is my friend, is trans, and I make jokes and make up all kinds of names about it. And you always understood what I was doing, why I said it, and you never got offended by it at all. When I said
there was no lie. There's no lie. Everything you were saying was the truth. I mean, it's like there's no fucking lies in what you're saying. So it's like, what am I going to be offended by the truth?
I mean, when I started calling them trans, what I was saying, transistor radios, and then trans gentlemen, but we're doing it in a way because of how the foolishness of how they're commercialized. It's just to make fun of how they're doing it, because they actually are doing a disservice to people who are really transgender.
Yes.
Really feel, because you're exploiting them in a way that where and lying to them and presenting something and creating this fantasy about it. It's like it's unicorns and rainbows, and it's just a great process, and it's just you're living your truth, the whole cheerleading aspect of it.
This is what I want to say. It's like there are real transsexual people. There are real people with real issues, like if they're born intersex or if they have some sort of like physiological anomaly or something like that. The majority of people who are coming out as trans today, transgender, they are, well, as I found out myself, I was never a woman. I was always a man. And I got sucked in to the drama of medical kink theater. This is what it is. I mean, we're not going to, why would I mince words? It's fucking medical fetishism is what it is. It's like, there is no fucking way.
And
it's predatory. And it's very predatory.
It's very predatory.
We have kids. There are kids involved.
It's predatory medicine that's being pushed onto children, and they're doing it because they're going to make a lot of money, and it goes to it adds to the depopulation agenda, because once you do all that, you are not having no kids. There's nothing coming out of that. So it's a way to slow population. Now, I want to show this video so people can see this.
Okay.
I saved it for last.
Yes.
You know, and I just when you created the racist training, because Fu, you just helped me remember, you called in basically before I was at D Live, and I was that probably was on my Still the Truth channel, or could have been on X Truth. Well, either one. My phone lines where I was taking phone calls on both of those channels that I had on YouTube at the time. But you also had a YouTube channel called The Racist Trânny, and it got taken down because of this video that I'm going to show you, where we're burning the because of how they have exploited gays and created this fake agenda of equality, inclusion, as if they don't have equality or any inclusion. They are included and they have equality, but for the left's manipulation and exploitation, they have to say they're not included and they're unequal. So that's why this is being pushed. You know, they need a victim group. So I'm going to play this video. This is great.
Okay. And now we're here. And fuck them. And if you're like into identity politics, fuck you. Here, I'm going to like attach a little video on the end of this. I hope you enjoy it. God bless America. Nothing's gonna save that. Y'all ruined it, motherfuckers. Thanks. Y'all did a great job. That's
that last part.
That
Oh my God.
Oh, go ahead.
How embarrassing. My God, did you hear me? Like just huffing and puffing like a heifer after taking like 7 steps. That's that fucking weight gain I was talking about.
I could tell you were bigger then than you are now.
Yeah.
And so, oh wow. You know, but see, I mean, and I want to explain that part about the frustration of why you went and burned that. It's because of the exploitation. You saw how they're exploiting this, and it wasn't something to bash. It wasn't something to be anti. It wasn't being anti-gay, anti-LGBT, rainbow, whatever it is. No, they have taken that and exploited that and made it into this monster of something, as if they're this huge victim group, and that's not the case. When gay is so much more accepted now than it had ever been in American history.
Yeah, tell me. If
being a transgender is something that now is new, because most transgenders, I say there's old school trans and then there's new school trans. Old school trans is what I know of. Old school trans are people who transition, and they transition quietly because they don't want everybody to know that's the point of transitioning. You don't want to announce, hey, guess what? I'm a trans woman. That means I'm a man that either still have a dick or don't have a dick. You know, so what's the point of you transitioning? Now you done told everybody you a man. You know, you basically, you know, it's like I'm going like, what is this that we're doing here? So it's exploitation. It's medical. It's predatory medicine being practiced on children, unassuming young adults or adults. Like in your case, you were an adult. You know, and when you made the decision. So it's a difference when you're older and you make a decision like this. But when you're young and you haven't lived anything and you're just going with what's popular, and we're living in the age of social media, likes, clicks, and views, and nothing gets more attention than someone jumping up on the internet saying, hey, I'm trans today and I got a new name and this is it. And you're going to have a bunch of people come in and say, hey, you're living your truth and great, fantastic, So where's the oppression at?
There's
Where is it? Where is that coming from? It's not coming from nowhere. But they use any piece of criticism, or like what we're doing in here. You're giving your life experience and what you're going through in the process of hopefully detransitioning and what you're having to go through, to do that. And then now you have to be cleared and released to go back to your biological state, but they didn't clear and release you to go to this female state. Like that, it just, that doesn't make sense at all.
Yeah, or whatever the fuck this is. Yes, exactly.
It's like they have, it seems like to me, from what we have talked about, they have basically reversed the whole process. It's more of a stringent process to detransition than to actually transition. When they used to have a more complex rule and procedure back in the 90s. And I guess they say, hey, well, now we just let anybody do it. If you say it, we're going to do it, and take you through that process. Go ahead.
It's not healthy. That's all I have to say. It's like if a person in their 40s can fall into this affirmation, how in the world is a child supposed to make this through?
Yeah.
It's like there's no way a child can navigate this. There is no way ever. If you put a child through this, you are committing child abuse. You are abusive, and there's something wrong with you. There's more wrong with you than there is with that child. If this is what you want to do to a child, you may want to go get yourself checked, but maybe get a societal check. Maybe don't go to a medical institution where they're all being forced and coerced to promote this lie. Just maybe just, why don't you go and try to find some more of us detransitioners and listen to our stories? Because we have the skinny on what you're about to do to your kid, and maybe just pump the brakes a little bit and consider that what you're about to do with your kid, you're not going to come back from. There's no reverse on this.
Yeah, and I think that with that being said, because it's irreversible, you making a decision that technically is irreversible, but you could go back and just live your cosmetic, live your biological sex that you were born as.
Yeah.
If you had the surgery, but you're not gonna, you're not gonna have the feelings of that biological sex.
Oh Lord, yeah.
Because that biological sex would normally have without medication, and and it's just like people don't. That's the missing piece to this, is that it really can't be done, and they're telling you it can. I think there are more unsuccess stories with this than there are success, because I just haven't seen the person that says, I haven't seen it yet. Maybe that video's out there where the person's like, oh, I transitioned, I got my pussy and I'm doing great, and it's fantastic, it's a great world out here, I got my dick put on and it's fantastic and it's working and I'm out here doing, I just haven't seen that video yet. But maybe if it is, if someone got it, please send it to me at CutToBS32 so I can see it.
Yeah, please do send it.
I need to see that video, and see who are these people, because they are perpetuating this idea that it's just great. It's going to be a great, you're going to be just whole and complete. And like you said, when after your affirmation crowd is gone, you have to
Yeah.
deal with reality. You have to deal with reality.
I've
You know?
never met a single person after the 7th year who
Mhm.
has absolutely loved what they did. And yeah, we have some pretty damn beautiful transsexual, transgender people out there in the community. Blair White is gorgeous. I give her that. At the same time, even Blair White only went so far, and I'm not going to spill her tea.
Well, we know she
But-
hasn't had bottom surgery. She hasn't had that. We
So-
already know that. You know, she hasn't had bottom surgery. I don't know if she's been castrated or not, but she hasn't
don't know either.
full Monty with that. You know, and the thing is, you know, my friends who are trans, you know, they're not even thinking about that. You know, they live as a woman, do everything as a woman, name change, everything. But as far as the genitalia going down there doing that, they didn't do it. You know, I mean, the ones that I know have done it, like I said, one of them gained so much weight it was ridiculous that she had to go later on and get a sleeve put in to lose that weight, you know, because it was affecting her health wise.
Yeah,
She gained
gastric
so much
bypass.
weight she had to go get a gastric bypass. She either had a sleeve or a gastric bypass because she had to lose the weight because it was affecting her health.
So I'm just going to say, parents, just love your kids. Please don't do this to your kids. Just love them, support them as much as they need love and support. When they're older, they can make this decision later. If a doctor is telling you, well, when they're older, it'll be too late, they're lying. It's not too late. When it's too late is when you have already done the procedures. That's when it's too late.
Like
They're
that.
sure as hell not telling you that you'll lose all your sex drive, passion for your spouse, and the ability to have an orgasm. They sure as fuck don't tell you that.
And
So,
well, you know, but I'm so glad we did this. You know, we said that Blair White only has had her brow line done, nose, and breast done. So she basically
that's quite a bit just in and of itself. We're talking about opening up a person's face.
what you know, and the cosmetic part is what usually, like I said, that's part of the whole feminization process, is getting the face to look as feminine as possible and everything else. So that's why I couldn't believe they didn't take you through all that. They took you through, okay, well, we in a year and a half, we're gonna cut your balls off because that's gonna make you more feminine because your hormones will take better, which they say it does because you don't have the testosterone being produced, but yet they don't tell you, oh, well, you're gonna gain a whole lot of weight because that testosterone is what keeps you from getting works with you with your weight gain. They don't even tell you that. So, you know, but I'm so glad we were able to do this. And it was just, I know this is going to help a lot of people when they get to see this and hear your story and see see the deception that's being done here in this exploitation of trans or people who are gay people who may be a little confused. Just because you're gay and you're very feminine, or you're a gay female and you're very masculine, does not mean you need to be a man. Does not mean you're in the wrong body. Doesn't mean any of that. It's just you're a masculine, you're a butch lesbian. If you're a feminine guy, you're very feminine. And if you want to put on wear female clothes, you can do that. You can present yourself like that. You know, you can identify like that. But you don't have to go mutilate your body and do something permanent that you will regret based on the idea that you may be a woman that completes you as a woman, and you never will be that because they can't create and make you a woman. That's the lie they're telling you. And that is going against God's creation. Going forward after this episode airs, probably in about a week or two, we will have a live Q&A show where Dark Trânny, Racist Trânny, Kevin will be here to answer questions.
Yes.
From anyone who, after you see this, any questions about transitioning, detransitioning, anything that anyone wants to do, we'll be following up. We'll do a follow-up. And I'll say I'm gonna give it 2 weeks. 2 weeks, a 2-week follow-up, and we'll be doing a live Q&A. And you'll be open for questions. That cool?
That's cool.
Okay, great. So again, thank you so much for being here and being a part of this, sharing your story and being so open about it, because I know this is going to help a lot of people.
We definitely need to tell the truth on this one. This is an important one.
Yeah.
There is something I want to say about that. It's quite one thing to be laughed at by other people or ridiculed by other people for how you present yourself. That's a lot easier to deal with than self-hatred. And when you're mutilating yourself, you're telling yourself, I don't love you the way you are. I'm just going to be honest.
You're right.
It's self-mutilation and it's self-hatred. If you can't love yourself, other people might love you, but until you can love yourself for who you are, that's it.
There you go. I mean, that's an excellent way to put it. It is self-mutilation.
As you can see, I'll
You always make me smile when I'm feeling down. You give me such a vibe, it's totally bona fide. It's not the way you walk, and it ain't the way you talk. It ain't the job you got that keeps me satisfied.
What's up, y'all? This is Axe Truth from The Truth Show, and you listening to Talk is Cheap with Kiki Green.
This is Tara from New York, and we are listening to Talk is Cheap with Kiki Green. She's amazing. Her show is amazing, and you're going to enjoy the experience.
This is K2 out of Texas, swinging through in the Lexus, and you're listening to Talk is Cheap with Kiki Green, where you can come and get that work that's going to make you go run your mouth with your conservative A friends.
Want you to understand how I feel, yeah, deep inside. You made me feel what I need to feel, yes, in my heart.
And this is Emma Greatly tuning in from Texas, but my heart is New Orleans. You're now listening to Talk is Cheap with the Empress Kiki Green.
Hey, this is Shirley Hussar, and you're listening to Kiki Green. Talk is Cheap. Thank you for supporting my baby sister.
It's Rusty Spirit from the city of brotherly love. You're watching Talk is Cheap with the baddest bitch in the land, Kiki Green.
Standing up and I'm telling you, I am Warhol. I am the #1 most impactful artist of our generation. I am Shakespeare in the flesh. Walt Disney, Nike, Google, Now, who's gonna be the Medici family and stand up and let me create more? Or do you want to marginalize me till I'm out of my moment?
Or why don't you empower yourself and don't need them and do it yourself?
How,
In fact, you
Sway?
did take a few steps back to go.
You ain't got
forth
the
and
answers,
start
man. You ain't got the answers.
Kanye,
You ain't got the
if
answers.
if
You ain't got the answers, Sway.
Kanye,
I've been doing this more than you.
doing what
You
more
ain't
than
got.
me? Come on, chill out.
You
bro.
ain't got the
Kanye,
answers. You
relax.
ain't got the
Bro,
answers.
I'm asking you.
You
a
ain't been doing
question.
the education.
Bro.
You ain't been doing the education.
Calm
You don't
down.
have the answers though.
Calm down.
Because you trying to give me advice about
No,
something.
no,
you
no,
ain't
no.
you ain't got the answers. You ain't spent $13 million of your own money trying to empower yourself.
Yes, but I've spent hundreds of thousands and going to a non-program at a smaller degree. All I'm asking you,
And it ain't no Ralph stuff. It ain't Ralph level.
Let me ask you this. I'm asking
What's the
you,
name of your clothing line? We don't know.
You know what I'm saying? I lost money, but that's not
Exactly.
I have the
And I can
best
lose money
advice
on
for
a
women
higher
in
level,
business.
too.
Get your
Don't
fucking
think
ass
just
up and
because-
work.
don't
It
think
seems
because I
like
got
nobody
the
wants to work these days.
Without a dope beat, step two, step two, step two, step two, step two, step two. Think it's been a long time. We shouldn't have left you without a dope beat. Step two, step two, step two, step two.
Copy my whole fucking flow. That gets me through the phone. He copied my whole fucking flow. Oh, word for word, bar for bar. Oh, don't act like I didn't make Drake, nigga. Don't do that. Mind fucking blown. Don't do that, nigga. I was son niggas in a heartbeat. Don't do that shit. Drake, Arby, the nigga with who I made, nigga we made it with in 2014. Wow, don't do that. Has he ever reached out to you? Drake? Yeah. I talk to Drake all the time. Yo, who y'all think I am in here? Y'all niggas crazy. But people can say that you got your nickname from Drake though. Drake. No, nigga. My first name is Drake. My middle name is Cortez. The first name of my name is Dre. The first two letters is C-O. Draco.
Till I see what this could be eternity or just a week. You know our chemistry is off the chain. It's perfect now, but will it change? This ain't a yes, this ain't a no. Just do your thing, we'll see how it go. Oh, she don't succeed. Dust yourself off and try again. Can dust it off and try again, try again.
Stupid, guys. Is this camera on me? Yes. That's stupid. Use your common sense.
I don't wanna throw it all away. I might be shy on the first day. What about the next day? Said you don't wanna throw it all away. You're bugging on the first day. What about the next day? And if at first you don't succeed, dust yourself off and try again. You can dust it off and try again, try again. Cause if at first you don't succeed, you can dust it off and try again. Dust yourself off and try again, try again.
Hey. What's up, y'all? How y'all doing? Having a lot of fun over here on Talk is Cheap with your girl Kiki Green. Normally we go live on Friday evenings. And we are going to resume our Friday evening show tomorrow. We're going to do the whole thing like how we normally do it. But last night, I watched this wonderful interview that you guys just witnessed. We all watched it together. I was in the chat with you guys, cracking up. It was very enjoyable. And I wanted to get my audience's reaction. I also wanted to help bring awareness to these issues. And I mean, I really want to thank Axe Truth for doing this interview. I really want to also thank Dark Trânny for being so honest, being so transparent, and sharing his story, because, you know, he could be too embarrassed or ashamed or whatever. So to have the courage and the bravery to, you know, really be transparent, to give his honest opinion, hopefully this will save not just children, but also adults that are considering transitioning, and also showing what we already knew to be true, which is that the entire transitioning concept is something that is being born out of a laboratory. Big Pharma is pushing this. And in the same way that Pharma has the money and the influence to get your jobs to mandate certain experimental treatments, in the same way that Pharma has the money and the power to force your public school and private school education systems, institutions to enforce that your children participate in mostly unnecessary treatments. I don't even know how else to get around the algorithm, you know what I'm saying? But bottom line is, it's all about money. It has always been about money. This is something we've discussed on this platform before. This is something that I told y'all years ago. I was like, when we talked about Bruce, I said, "Oh, honey, this comes from the medical industry. They making money hand over fist." And where Obamacare helps is that now people who previously didn't have access to healthcare, or if they did, they were going for emergencies, now can go and get checkups and go see therapists and psychologists, and generally people who can afford to pay cash were the ones who went to go see the therapist most often, unless you had something like really seriously medically going on or really damn good health insurance. With Obamacare, everybody and day mama. And I have seen myself how the mental health industry is able to exploit people's ignorance. And also, I've noticed how in this culture, names mean something. Your titles and education and wearing a white jacket sometimes is all that it needs for people to feel like you are superior to them, and that you hold some kind of information or knowledge or education about something that they aren't privy to or aren't intelligent enough to understand. And that's why I have made it a point since the very beginning on this platform to let you guys know, hey, this is my background. This is my background in mental health. This is my education background, to let you know that I have gone through some of the very same training as these very prominent people that you see in the media. And I know for a fact that they're literally making up shit. I know for a fact that nowhere in their education studies was this even discussed. It wasn't. Now, it is the responsibility of mental health practitioners to get what's called continuing education. Whatever that means to you. No one really cares. Because at the end of the day, you always have the right to get a second opinion. The phone lines are open. I have added the link. I kind of want to stay on topic because we're going to talk about everything else tomorrow. So if you guys don't have anything on this topic, if it's not pressing on this particular topic, then we'll hold it for tomorrow. I want to give a special shout out to everyone who donated to me this evening. Helps a whole lot with the expenses for the platform. You guys are so awesome. Let me get my sound effects. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Okay, so we raised $80 for the show expenses this evening, and that is fabulous. Greatly appreciate you guys. In the chat, we also discussed New Year's Eve, if you guys want to do a New Year's Eve party. And most of you guys said yes. So I think it would be better than it was before, like audio-wise, because, oh my God, that music. And I was like, I can't believe they were giving me copyright strikes over music. Nobody could even understand what the hell was being played anyway. But yeah, we got the sound system upgraded. So that would be pretty dope. And we can do some surprises and all that. And then Axe and I were talking last night about doing something live. Well, for New Year's Eve, we would just do a virtual party like we did bringing in 2021, because that's not enough time for me to plan. And let me tell y'all, it takes me like 6 months to get ready to get out the house. That's just asking a lot. But sometime next year, hopefully we will be able to do something in person. So we have discussed that, and it would be either in Vegas or Atlanta. But if I have to leave Nevada, it's going to take even longer for me to get it together. So anyway, I have a few questions. I can't wait till Axe and Dark Trânny get back together again to do questions and answers, because a lot of us have answers. And the answers, you know, one of the questions that I have is just like, how does this happen to somebody in their 40s? Like, how could you be a man for so long and then just decide that this is something that you even wanted to risk? Why was this even appealing to you? How did they convince you? And how are they still convincing you to wait for their approval to with the hormones? And I mean, this is so out of hand. Also, I want to know, like, is there legal action that can be taken? Because this right here is beyond medical malpractice. This is the most unethical treatment, unnecessary, unhealthy, unethical shit that I have ever heard. This is the most unethical thing I have ever heard. TJ, did you want to call in? If anybody wants to call in to talk about what we just saw, there is the link in the chat. But yeah, this was a riveting interview. I am so proud of Axe Truth. He was able to keep a straight face 97% of it. A couple times you cracked. A couple times you let out a chuckle. And I was like, this man is a professional, because let me tell you something. I could not like, oh, we're going to watch this and pause in commentary. There's no way. I was over here laughing hard as y'all was laughing in that chat. This shit don't make no sense. Also, ladies, yesterday's price is not today's price, okay? So I don't know how much it costs for a makeshift couché. Not to be confused with regular couché. Designer Couché, okay? I'm sure that's another question we have for him. Ask, how much did this cost? So we need to know now to the dollar sign, so that the women can calibrate whatever it is that they have been charging, okay? Because now if it's 100,000, you know, for the one piece non-functional display couché, but then it's like 200, 250 if you want the one with the 1 inch deep, you know what I'm saying? Pie hole. Then if you got a whole operating baby pushing machine, carry the one, calculate, where my dear at? Calculating, cooking and cleaning and pushing out babies and all of that. Right, adjusted for inflation. Carry the one. Yesterday's price is not today's price, okay? Yesterday's price is not today's price. Okay, TJ at a game. Okay, cool. All right, y'all, let me know. Link is in the chat. If you want to call in a comment on anything that you just saw, please spread the word. Please let other people know to watch this on my channel, his channel. Also, I made sure to put his Cash App up as well, $ Axe Truth, if you would like to donate to him. Do gay men find trans men attractive? I thought that straight men went with trans men. From my understanding, because a trans man, trans woman is Girl, don't give me the line, child. I'm done. Carry the one. I don't know. I don't know, girl. But I thought that they said that they were straight because they was with a woman because it's not a man no more because it's a woman. Okay. Dark Trânny here ain't never looked like no woman. That is clearly a man. God did not make no mistake. I could see if you was like a little petite little thing that never really developed and your balls never dropped and your voice never got deep and you're like, maybe God intended for me to be a woman. But when you look like you could have been in the WWE or F, you look like Dark Trânny versus Hulk Hogan. You know what I'm saying? That's what you look like. And I just don't feel, I don't see how, I don't know. And I think that's why when you go into the psychiatrist, the first things they do is start giving you drugs because now what they did, it sounds like to me, was put you up under hypnosis. Once they got the drugs in your system, then they put you under basically hypnosis where they were able to implant the rest of the ideas and then they rushed you into it before you had an opportunity to really think it through or somebody had the opportunity to get through. And listening to acts, that sounds like it broke that programming and that hypnotism that you were already coming out of, but the people around you would not affirm for you that this was crazy. They have basically altered and changed your reality and put you in this fishbowl where boys are girls or girls are boys and it doesn't make a difference. And yeah, this surgery and we're so powerful and talented that we are able to accomplish something like this. And that is just completely and utterly absurd. So yeah. They put him under. His skin is gorgeous. I mean, not a complete loss. He was doing just fine. Big swole ass. I don't know what possessed him. How are people affording these surgeries though? It's a really good question. I do think that there's insurance taking care of them. He wants to protect the organization that he's went through this surgery with. That's even a bigger piece of bombshell information. And he's going to keep that close to his chest, I guess, for now, or until he's willing to disclose it. But some of everybody's willing to pay for this. And in the same way, some of everybody was on board with and is on board with the Jim Jones, even though it does us no good. It does nobody no good. It has no medical safety reasons. There's no health involved anywhere in it at all. And this is why you have to be careful with the language that you use. This is why I have hammered in over and over and over again. Like when we talked about the 19, there is no test in existence to let you know if you have 19 or not. Period. End of story. Fact. Period. So how can somebody tell you that something exists if they have no test for it? That makes no sense. I went through, I wanted to be able to put these episodes up on Spotify, and I was reading through the terms and conditions, and it specifically says that you cannot call 19 or HIV a hoax. That is against our terms and guidelines. So it's like, duh. I'm not some crazy person. I've done extensive research on this stuff, and at this point, the facts are the facts. And what we're having right now is a language problem where, they're controlling what people say and they're using the language to cast spells on people. They're using the language to convince people to cast spells on themselves. They're using the music for that. And a lot of the information that was out before, for a good 10 years on YouTube, has completely disappeared. And just when we thought we were, I guess, successfully waking a lot of people up, we are in the biggest battle right now for information. But if it's on the news, it's probably a lie. And I don't care how much, they're going to do and say things and come from different corners and avenues to try to convince you in some way or a form or another that there might be a grain of truth to it. all the things that are really important and dire and pertinent to your everyday life that you actually need to know that your government has the ability to make you aware of, they are withholding from you 100% of the time. If it's on the news, it is of no concern to you. You may as well turn that shit off. Oh God, don't even get me started on Ty. It's beyond beyond. It's beyond beyond. Beyond. Well, here's the thing. He needs to get off of that too. And when you have this faith in these doctors, it's like they also tell you, if you leave the hospital, if you get off our treatments, you could die. And it's just like, well, I tell you what will happen. If you keep listening to them, there's a 100% chance that you're going to end up extremely maimed and you're going to have a very slow, painful, agonizing death. That's a guarantee. You people go to the hospital, you go get checked for this. They've got all. This little girl, wait till I get on here to start tripping. Okay. Some practitioners make you sign a non-disclosure agreement. Maybe that's why he hasn't named the facility. It's worse than that, dear. So I don't know. It's not just this, but I think this is the most egregious case and the best example of the state of affairs that we are in. And the fact that people are supporting this and you wonder why and how they supported that whole that 19 fiasco and the Jim Jones. Come on now. These hospitals are filled with witches and warlocks. It doesn't matter who was brainwashed, who didn't know any better, who had to pay their bills or else. It doesn't matter all the valuable excuses that you can come up with. You guys participated in a mass murder against Americans. And this medical tyranny is out of control. And it's for the children. That ain't even nothing new. These kids getting shot up with vaccines at an alarming, like way more than what we had, a very alarming rate. There is no way to talk around this. I mean, the censorship is so out of control, but they wouldn't be censoring us if we weren't saying anything that was wrong. If we were saying something wrong, they wouldn't be censoring us. They would just leave it up. That's how you know what you are seeing right now is fake. Go through YouTube, look at those old Illuminati videos where they're showing you all these different artists covering their eyes and throwing up the different symbolisms in the black and white checkerboard and the pillars and all the things they're trying to show you, the obelisk and how the elites worship the Egyptians and how the Freemasons all tie up into this and how the Jesuits and how the Zionists all tie into that shit is wiped off of the internet. Wiped off. And I very intentionally do not promote my videos and I very intentionally do not title them in a way that's very specific and hashtag and promote my channel for a reason. And that's why we are still here able to have this little bastion of deep conversation. That's very few and hard. And most of these people are bought out, sold out, dried up and dried out because they've been chasing a carrot and haven't really been about the information anyway. So, if you are weak and got a weak heart and a weak soul, that's what's being challenged. What's at stake right now is not your ability to put gas in your car and send your kids to private school and buy a home. What's at stake right now is your eternal soul. What's at stake right now is your children's soul, your dignity, your freedom. And we have to resist by any means necessary. Oh yeah, it's absolutely worse than China. This is why TikTok is better than, and I highly doubt that Elon Musk owning Twitter is gonna make it any better. He may try, but ultimately it's not gonna be better. This show was very eye-opening. A person that's mental fragile and wants this level of surgery should require years of therapy. I mean, under no circumstances could that man have achieved something like this unless he did put a stick of dynamite between his own legs. And it's not just one doctor. You've got a team of doctors. You've got um, nurses. You've got the head of the hospital. You've got a whole department. You've got universities. The amount of people that are in on this for money and to degrade the values of this country and to, quite frankly, work our nerves, having circular, stupid conversations. So, a person who considers themselves to be transgender might find it offensive when we misgender them by calling them what we recognize and what we see with our two eyes, which is a man or a woman, depending on you know what I mean? They have a problem with you calling it like you see it, but at the same time, maybe you're doing them a favor. Maybe you could be saving their life. You know what I'm saying? Gossip Girl XOXO. I like that content creator a lot. And I also remember when he was Jacob Kohinoor, and he was very handsome and had a bright future and very talented and funny and all of that. And I cannot understand for the life of me why he would prefer to be anything else than that, because he has not, from what I have seen, been nearly as attractive or interesting as Jessica or whoever this female character is. There are some guys that are ugly and then they put some drag and some makeup on and shit, and they be tolerable to the point where you be like, you know what, I kind of prefer you in the drag, and you like a okay woman and an ugly man. You know what I'm saying? That wasn't the case with this young man. I mean, it's really a shame. Like, kind of like this one here that we see with Dark Trânny. Like, now this is different now. You are not a woman. God did not make any mistake. You are very clearly supposed to be a man. I don't know what all it is you all are running from. I've got a few ideas. And now you go to a therapist. Don't go to a psychiatrist, because a psychiatrist is only going to cut you some prescriptions. That is a medical doctor. They sit up and take money from Phārma all the time. They take the samples from Phārma and they want to prescribe things to you and see what they can get you involved in. They might be participating in studies or God knows what they be up to. If you want to discuss your childhood traumas, you have to go to a therapist to do so. Now, technically, the psychiatrist could or should refer you to a therapist, but they're not going to. And all the therapists that I've worked with or talked to about this issue with the psychiatrist, this is like a thing. Is there a particular psychiatrist that we should recommend our clients to if you feel or we feel that they need medical intervention? And the answer is no. There is not one particular person that we feel comfortable referring them to. We have had bad experience after bad experience after bad experience with psychiatrists. overprescribing drugs to our clients and usually making the situation worse, giving them some type of pill dependency, doping them up to the point where they can't even have a conversation or do, regular things, perform regular everyday duties because they're so high and so drugged up. That's what's wrong with a lot of our entertainers. Remember how foggy Britney Spears was looking during that, like, give me more days? That was them pills. I believe that's why you saw Beyonce rocking back and forth on that basketball court. That's what is wrong. And because it's so acceptable here in this country to do pills, whether it's pain pills, whether it's y'all just got to get off the drugs. Shit. Say no to drugs. Because the dope dealer can't be trusted, especially if it's Phārma. Okay? Because believe me, when you OD on it, you still got to go back to them. And they still gonna get paid again. The parents are absolutely sicker than the kids. And also, don't underestimate these parents will sell their children out, and who knows who's paying who to sell their kids out and participate in certain things. Gabrielle Union and D Wade are a scourge on the Black community. They are the example and epitome of everything that is wrong with Black entertainment. And I really wish that as content creators, because quite frankly, the alternative media is more powerful than the mainstream media, which is why they have to do all the cheating that they do. But reality is when people want the scoop, they want it quick, they want it fast, they want answers today, they want to know what's up. They gonna come to the alternative media. We should have some type of coalition where we can cancel people. And the first people that I would nominate that we cancel, okay, would be Cardi B. Anybody who sues a blogger, they got to get canceled. And then number 2, D Wade and Gabrielle Union should not ever be discussed as if they don't exist, and Zaya as well. I don't have time for that shit. I have no time for it. And I know that these people feel that they have the right to put on a freak show whenever they want to. And that's exactly what it is. And I know you feel entitled to it, but you're really not. And it doesn't help society run any smoother. It doesn't improve your life any better. All it does is kills you faster and works the fuck on my nerves in the process. And for these people to be applauded and respected and treated like they're valuable when they are a part of the problem is like really obnoxious to me. I don't care who it is, Chrissy Teigen and John Legend, all of them people like let's just go on ahead and just cancel them and come together and make some type of agreement. We can fight, go back to not liking each other tomorrow, but let's start cutting off these people. But I know that will probably require some of y'all to find something else interesting to talk about, which seems to be also a challenge for you. So think about it and get back to us. If you get kids to accept transitioning, they'll be more amenable to pedos. That's the next step. I mean, I don't even know if this is steps anymore. I mean, I don't even know if they're working towards something. I really feel like they've arrived. You know what I mean? Whatever kids they want, whatever they want, they're doing whatever they want to do. They don't need the kids to agree to or enjoy. In fact, they prefer that they don't. Because remember, they need the adrenochrome. So if there is no fear, and girl, these people are sick. They are sick. They are disgusting. It's happening on all fronts. And what they're trying to do is they're trying to disarm the people so that everybody don't get mad and turn up. The boomers should have turned up, but instead they just got fat, hungry, fed. They got well fed. They got rich. They're sitting on the wealth. They're sitting on the power and not doing anything with it. Our country's infrastructure and resources right now are being wasted and going to complete crap. And then they want to keep us distracted with unnecessary, stupid ass conversations and arguments like, is that man with that penis a woman? You know, I don't care that you don't feel like playing with trucks and you would rather play in nail polish and flip your hair around. You still don't feel like a woman. You know, taking hormones even doesn't make you feel like a woman. We don't just take estrogen. We don't, first of all, we're not taking a hormone because our body's doing it naturally. And then we have progesterone. We also have testosterone. And these hormones are working on a biological clock that we have absolutely no control over. And our hormone levels increase and decrease as the month goes along. And then there's other factors that also contribute to that. So now, for example, I could be moving along just fine. We on here laughing, kicking it, doing lives and everything. And then I just like, I don't feel like doing this shit. I didn't lay down. I can't get up. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm tired. Damn. What's on TV? I want some snacks. Who got chocolate cake? Why are these people talking to me? This TV is too loud. Why do we get a cat? Do I like cats? Everything is irritating me. You know what? This house, I thought I cleaned this house. This house is fucking filthy. I'm exhausted. Let me get up. Let me clean the fuck out of this damn house because all of a sudden my house is just not clean enough for me. And then like, oh yeah, I forgot. Yeah, it's a full moon. Oh yeah. Okay, see y'all next week. That's feeling like a motherfucking woman. Imagine being a man and just being uninterrupted, like on go 24/7. You could just get up and take over the world and your body is never going to betray you. You have testosterone. You have enough time and enough just winter, summer, spring, fall. You could be just reaping and sowing and saving up until you get to be an old person. Till you just run out of testosterone. You don't have your body telling you stop. Think about it. One hop, two times. And it's completely beyond your control. You don't have no control. And it's just like the arrogance and the disrespect that this society in general has for women is at the crux of this. And I don't think anybody's really willing to talk about that. I don't think that the feminist movement or feminist women are appreciative enough of what womanhood is, because usually some shit that whatever they fighting for has the complete opposite to do with womanhood and the function of womanhood. Having babies is a part of our function, not killing babies. So I could see if you were saying on one hand, yeah, we need these methods in case of this, that, and the third, while you still upheld and appreciated childbearing, but you don't. That doesn't make any sense to me. You push for and respect women working outside of the home, which is great to have an option. But then you want to degrade women who work inside of the home. So there's nothing feminist about the shit. It's very masculine. It's given pay more taxes, ladies. It's given come work for Uncle Sam and come give everything over to us. And we're going to completely disregard and ignore whatever biological issues you got going on, whatever your family needs. No, the government's going to be your first priority. The party is going to be your first priority. Give us all your tribute. Give your kids and your family what's left. Hell, you don't even need them. If that's the way you want to live your life, that's the way you want to live your life. But don't sit here and call it feminism like you're doing women or girls any type of service, because you are not. Don't come out here and talk about cultural appropriation out of one hand and then turn around and tell me that I have to call Zaya Wade a woman or a girl. And I'm raising a black daughter, and I'm supposed to convince her that all these other people with all these other genetic configurations and shit and different genders, and everybody's a little black girl. The boys is little black girls. The girls with white mamas is little black girls. Everybody's a little black girl. You get to be a black girl. You get a grown ass fucking 52-year-old white man get to be a black girl. Everybody can be a black girl, but little black girls. And I'm supposed to forfeit my common sense because that might hurt somebody's feelings outside of my household. I don't give a fuck about none of that. At all. And as long as people are concerned with being part of the crowd and being liked by everybody, go on right ahead. But you will fuck around and not have no soul. And have a whole bunch of weird shit going on in your household. I'm not having weird shit going on in my house. Because my house is my sanctuary away from outside where the weird shit is. Hell. Where the wingadings are. If I wanted to be around the wingadings, I go outside to be around the wingadings. I'm not gonna have wingadings in my goddamn, not in my house. So that's why we can't go down to the communist concentration camps. Tiffany Haddish canceled, Kirk Franklin, all of them are. Boomers are pigs, Gen X is checked out, millennials are mind fucked. Thinking about a bunch of things at once. Yeah, I mean, oh, you gotta watch Mrs. America. It's very good. It's over on Hulu. We're gonna talk about that tomorrow too. Feminists have become buffers for their own erasure. Shit's been crazy to watch firsthand. I'm telling you guys, the drugs, man. Don't underestimate the drugs. You've got so many people taking these pills. You do not. Here's the thing. It's beyond need or not need. You're creating another set of problems for yourselves. You're not fixing the initial problem. It might feel good because it's supposed to, because drugs make you feel good. That doesn't mean that they are not still causing harm to your body. And the fact that it was given to you by a doctor and not a man on the street corner does not make it any more safe. If anything, it probably might. I mean, they like to dole it out, on the street corner. They want to kill a person every once in a while because that's how people know that the shit's potent. You know what I mean? But Phārma chooses to do like a more long, drawn out process. You know what I mean? Where, you fix one thing and something else breaks. Like a mechanic. Like a mechanic. Okay. So you be out here putting along like a used Volvo if you want to. Oh, we have a caller. I'm sorry. How long you been sitting there?
A little while. No worries.
What'd you say?
I said a little while. No worries. Can you hear
I am
me?
so sorry. Yeah, I hear you loud and clear. How do you feel about what we watched?
Well, that's why I called in. I have a lot of sadness for that man. What came up for me was when I went to high school in the 90s, and none of this was like, we weren't even close to anything like this. And it's occurred to me a lot in the last couple of years watching this, like when I really started to pay attention, that when I was probably about 16 or 17, I insisted that my mom take me to the endocrinologist because I thought I was supposed to be taller because I have big feet, and I wanted to be taller because that would be cooler, right? And so she finally did take me to the endocrinologist, and he listened to my complaints about my appearance, and then he calmly explained that, yeah, he could give me growth hormone and a cocktail of other things, but I probably wouldn't like it down the road because it would kill my liver and this and that and the other effect. And and then my mom was like, well, is there something you can give him to make him not gay? And yeah, and he said, no, there isn't. So he was saying the same thing twice to two different people that had two different unreasonable expectations of what medical science could do. And I am very aware now, as I'm sitting here wearing my Suzanne Sugarbaker t-shirt. Okay, I was obsessed. I am very aware that, this is so common. I've talked to so many gay guys about this. A lot of us, because we hung out with the girls, the boys were mean to us. We like to put on our sisters' dresses and play with makeup and this and that and the other thing. A lot of us thought that we were supposed to have been born girls when we were too young to know what that meant. And I'm very aware now because I was pushy and horrible when I didn't get my way and did badger, like later on, badgered my mom into taking me to the endocrinologist. I would have been one of those little kids, like whatever, 9 or 10 years old, that would get the school involved and would have had a completely different life outcome. And I don't understand. I don't know where this is going. But the other thing is that I wanted to say that about a year ago, I think it was, maybe 9 or 10 months, a year ago, the American Medical Association was having a big conference, and I read their white paper that was their agenda of everything they were going over, and it roped in all of the critical race theory stuff and social justice, this and that. But one of the bullet points, and I sent this to Brett Weinstein because I thought it was interesting that they also on the agenda were going to rediscuss the definition of the word harm. The American Medical Association. So I don't know where we're going with this, but it's really frightening.
I ultimately think that we've gone to a place where everyone who has a working brain knows that we have been infested with creeps, perverts, and the like. And what they think that they are doing is undoing and changing the language that will keep their heads attached to their necks. I think because we know that, Ghislaine Maxwell and them were using children as honeypots with some of the most powerful judges and people in the country. And these are all our lawmakers. And I think that they believe that if they, by the time they catch us finally and get the balls and get somebody in power who's actually going to do something about this, the law will protect us from getting imprisoned or life imprisoned or whatever the hell. And the social engineering is so strong that they are so confident that the people are not going to rise up with pitchforks and fire sticks and be running chasing Fauci and the like down the damn street.
That's one of the things that's such a trip, especially in the last maybe a year or so, is no one's hiding anything anymore. Like they're fully confident.
Well, they're busted. They didn't come out and say, hey, this is what we were doing. They were telling jokes under their breath, and we didn't have the social media, the screen recording or whatever. So we were all individually sitting at home like, am I tripping? Or
Right.
And then you have people who have insider information who have defected or changed or were family members of or victims of, who early on got on social media. And Kathy O'Brien too is a huge part of this. Roseanne Barr. There's people who have put a lot of work in this for decades of exposing these elite people. So I at this point, I think it's because we all know, and then nobody did nothing about it. So once we saw the WikiLeaks emails, once that was out, and Obama's ordering 80,000 hot dogs, and Uma Abedin and Hillary Clinton, once they don't get locked up and go to jail, they're like, ain't nobody what? We can come out the bunkers? Ain't nobody coming out here? They just gonna complain about it on Twitter, but they're not like running out. They're not even gonna, okay, well, this is what we're gonna do. We're gonna shut them down so they can't even complain about it on the internet, so that the normies don't wake up. We're going to keep as many of them as possible. And then we're going to stage a fake insurrection so that we can punish people just in case they get the idea to come and address the people who are doing this to them. We're going to do a fake one and show them this is what's going to happen to you. We'll know that it was you because we're going to go and ping your cell phone, and then you're going to, you know what I mean? And it's like, they're just hoping that everybody's got too much to lose. But installing a Joe Biden who's going to make sure that nobody ain't got nothing to lose, that is a piss poor. Like, this strategy of theirs is terrible because ultimately people ain't going to be able to afford a cell phone for you to ping to. That's how you're going to get your ass ran up on. Apparently they don't care about these damn kids, but they do care about their money. You can't have both.
Yeah, when I saw, do you know who Dr. John Campbell is? The guy that he's been on YouTube since the beginning of COVID, and he's a doctor in Britain that goes over the latest literature, the latest news items around COVID, and he really changed his tune in the last few months. He's gotten very angry and skeptical about the whole thing, which is very different than how he started. And I think it was yesterday he came out with a video that showed the line graph of the cumulative excess deaths that started in 2020 and just keep climbing in the 0 to 25 age group. And it's 17,000 excess deaths.
Where they mandated college age kids to get that damn thing.
Right. And I was like, my initial reaction, my gut reaction was, fuck, this shit's about to hit the fan when people realize. And then my second thought was, no, probably not.
Nope. You should never hear the end of these mothers wailing. That is who should be storming the Capitol. It should be the parent. That's what I've been saying since the very beginning of this shit. When I started my channel, I'm like, I'm not marching in the streets for none of this shit. Call me when y'all ready to march to the CDC. And we ain't marching down to the CDC. Don't call me with all this he grabbing people by the pussy. I don't care about none of that. Call me when it's time to go march down to the CDC about these kids. That's why ain't nobody don't want to do that. They don't want to do that. Because now, their people are afraid that there's going to be recourse from your government. And what they don't understand is that our government doesn't want to treat you like how you see Chinese do, where they just come hose you motherfuckers right on down the street. You know what I'm saying? And then if they do, if anything, people are used to seeing black people. That's why the Rhymes with News set up Black Lives Matter, because we're kind of used to seeing black people get the dog sicked on them and all that type of shit like that. So the world has seen that before. It's not even as jarring. But when you get Americans of all walks of life to finally really take these people to task for what they're doing, they really don't want to show their hands. What they would have to do to stop it would completely expose. Either way, we will win either way. And that's the reason why America is what America is. That's the reason why the founding fathers put things in place the way that they did, was to stop this from happening. But the way that it's coded and worded and all of that is like, it has to get to the point where we all, set it off, basically. And that's what they don't want. And that's why they have to control these conversations, because they don't want us pumping each other up to go set it off. And so, whatever, I guess I'll be here binge watching TV till y'all ready to go. But they're not going to stop. It's not going to stop. They're not going to get tired of it.
No, you're right.
They've been working on this plan for hundreds of years, and they will not give up. And they know that they take L's sometimes, but they're not going to give up. But like you said, it's all out in the open right now. And a lot of that has to do with us talking about it and bringing it out to the forefront, and them just seeing that there hasn't been any consequences. Look at Uma Abedin, and what was her husband's name? Anthony Weiner.
Anthony Weiner. You can't write this stuff.
You can't make this up. Where's Anthony Weiner? Is he in jail still, or what do they do with him?
Nobody's gone to jail.
Nobody's gone to jail.
I mean, look at like the 2008 thing, right? World changing, and I think some low-level admin someplace ended up doing some time in prison, and but Jamie Dimon is doing just fine. So no, nobody ever
Nobody.
ends up having to pay for any of that. But what you showed tonight,
Riveting, right?
how many completely riveting, yeah, very disturbing, very tragic.
Entertaining though as well.
There were moments, yeah. There were definitely moments, but it's like, I mean, the younger people around here have been affected by this, and they they use all of the language and this and that. My sister the other day was talking about one of my relatives' friends who's like 20, and she had the double mastectomy, and my sister called it top surgery. And I said, I'm not using that language. It's a double mastectomy. Like, we need to start calling things what they are.
That's right.
And
you had a major surgery unnecessarily.
Yeah.
That could kill you. We talk about people going to get BBLs and facelifts and shit.
Yeah.
And that's unnecessary. This is just as, if not more, why do you people go get unnecessary surgeries?
Well, they're putting young ladies in these chest binders that can cause blood clots, and talking about it like it's completely the therapists
I mean,
are saying,
even if a woman is going to get her breast enlarged,
yeah,
and she's 20 years old, no children, that makes no sense. It's unnecessary. No, you're not even deformed. You just want bigger titties. That's not ethical. There are health risks. And then you create this culture now where everybody's running out to alter their bodies, and you're getting paid, charging a hefty penny for it. And so now what about the kids who are going overseas to get top surgery?
right.
Or bottom surgery.
Or bottom surgery, yeah.
Overseas.
You
And
know
they're
what
watching
else?
titties.
Sorry.
So go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Another thing that occurred to me while we were watching tonight's presentation was the talk you did a few months ago on how the Kardashians get all those surgeries for free, and they are out there on the talk shows like they're walking advertisements for the surgeons. Like you were saying, I want to see the money trail going from the surgeons professional associations directly to the Kardashians, because they're creating like a booming market. And then I was thinking like, right, and like now they're getting these reversals. Like, I don't know if you watch Lori Hill's show.
Oh yeah. A whole nother, which is a whole other surgery.
Yeah.
And I know people are asking them, well, where'd you get your done? Because now you've got the girls who got the illegal ass shots. They need to get their butts reduced. And now that it's just kind of going out of style, people want to get it reduced, and it's not an easy surgery. It's harder. This is a harder surgery. So I don't know if you saw when K. Michelle was going through her process, and her ass was literally flopping up and down like a pancake. But I know that for people to see Kim with what appears to be, now she could have all types of shit, undergarments and masking tape. I don't know what you got going on, girl. But I know people are asking her, girl, where'd you go to get your butt reduction done? Because that's an important surgery right now. That's the next, I'm sure that is a very important surgery that's on the rise. So they're still marketing the surgery. And then you've got Bruce doing the same thing. Caitlyn, same thing.
Well, in 2015, when I saw the president and his attorney general having multiple press conferences about trans bathrooms, it was perplexing to me, because I was like, I mean, I lived in the Castro. Like I was surrounded, like this was kind of the culture that I was fully immersed in. But I was like, this seems kind of weird, even for being here in San Francisco. Like, why do they keep talking about the trans bathrooms? And I mean, I've always been into researching unusual topics, and it hit me. I was like, no, this isn't about that. He's a constitutional lawyer. They're putting the framework in place so they can do a find and replace later on. And instead of it being, and this is common now for people to talk about, instead of it being transgender, it's going to be transhuman. Like they have to put it, moves at a snail's pace with the legal system. They've got to put they got to find all the places where you've
And I
got
don't
to
even. I
put in
still.
language to do that.
I feel like even if a woman is transhuman, it would still make sense for me to share a bathroom with her and her bionic like arm and cyborg eye because she still has a couché. You know what I'm saying? So I don't.
The bionic couché.
Oh God. That's what I'm not mature enough for any of this shit. I had to I had to mute myself and watch with y'all. I couldn't like jump. I was in here crying, laughing, and not laughing at him, but just laughing at like, how is this happening? How is this debatable? How is this an argument? How does somebody, yeah, I need to cut my wiener off entirely, or yeah, take the skin from my forearm and make me a 2-inch penis that doesn't work. Let's do
Yeah.
that. That will affirm me. So you've got to be under mind control. That's what I'm saying. It's the damn drugs, man. The drugs, man. It's them pills. And then the hormones just make people crazy. And then it's going into the I could not imagine what it's like to have that surge of testosterone or that surge of estrogen in a male's body. And I mean,
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I really feel like if you have a faith in something, like anything other than yourself, and some type of like meditative prayer life, something grounding, something where you're not looking outside yourself all the time with the question of how am I doing? How am I doing? Like if you know how you're doing, you're not going to be as susceptible to like, where were his people? He talked about his husband. I don't know if I was him. He said he loved his husband. I'd be kind of mad. Like, what? I'd be very mad. What? What was all that? How did you let me go down that road? So, like, your people are your people because, among other reasons, they can call you on your bullshit and tell you when you're fucking crazy.
and I mean, you lose a lot of friendships telling the truth, but I'm sure the husband,
not good ones.
Ain't that the damn look? I'm sure though that the husband would say, "I wanted to support him," and
yeah,
the drugs make because first of all they're saying you're in the wrong body, then they give you the drugs that definitely make you feel like the hormones are going to make you feel like you're in the wrong body, and then they're telling you everything is going to be okay once you make this full transition. The reason that you feel the way you feel is because you're a woman trapped in a man's body. Once you get this couché, then you are going to feel like a woman, and then that's going to solve your problems. And so that's going to make that person, they're already neurotic, you know, and I've got to get this. And once I get this, I need this and that. And the therapist is doing this. I mean, I've heard of therapists, not even psychiatrists, therapists like hypnotizing their clients and molesting them and shit.
Wow.
And this one guy did it. He did it for years and years and years and years. And the woman who was telling me this story had basically gotten a job, and this was her coworker who was doing it. And so she like thought she had discovered something and went to the upper management about it, and they didn't want to do anything about it. And apparently it had been going on for like well over a decade, like 15 years or something absurd.
Wow.
And so that ended up being a big old thing where she took legal action against the company and ended up pushing some people out and et cetera. Well, I say all that to say none of that ever came to light into the mainstream.
Mm-hmm.
It's not even being discussed. But a lot of people are taking advantage of their medical positions. in a lot of ways. It's really disgusting.
You know, that's just it surprises me, and I don't know why it still surprises me, but I mean, somebody in the chat was talking about how fucking evil the world is,
It
and
is.
it still surprises me that there are that many people that are that warped. I mean, I look around and I'm like, are like fully half the people walking around here doing some type of weird thing with kids, or like trying to drive somebody crazy in their life because they've got a personality disorder, or you know what I mean? Like, or that they're a professional misusing their authority.
Well, you know what? I see the world that way, which is you know how as a kid, like they would say, when you're performing, imagine the audience naked.
Mhm.
And I just kind of like adapted that to life. And I assume that when I meet people, like, you don't know if this guy's wearing women's panties under his fucking clothes. You fucking know. You don't know. You don't. And I get that from my dad, because he would tell, I would learn shit about people, and he'd be like, you can't put nothing past nobody. Just assume. You know what I mean? Like, so I would imagine like the principal would be yelling at us about something, and in my mind, this man has on like lace undies and they're he can't tell me shit. This guy goes home and lets his wife like walk on his back in her heels and whip him and all type of shit. Like, in my mind, everybody's got this deviant dark side anyway.
Why don't they ever show those scenes in the Hallmark Christmas movies?
I don't know, but I'd start watching them if they did. Maybe we need to put one together.
It's a countdown to Christmas. I don't know. I guess I mean, I never thought of myself as a naive person. I mean, you know, I've traveled and done and gone to some dark places and done weird stuff and all of that. And but I didn't know that this is what was just waiting to show its face this whole time. I
Yeah,
mean,
it's the real world everybody kept warning us about. And I think that if you're not a creep yourself, you assume the best in people. You assume people are not you assume most people are good. And then it takes for people that are really close to you, that you trust a lot, to do some weird shit or do something weird to you, that just kind of turns it on its head. Like, you know what? I can't afford to give you guys the benefit of the doubt, because when it is bad, it's usually extremely bad.
mm-hmm.
These people are crazy out here. They ignorant.
Well, I mean, another aspect of that, and it really does need to be like, I don't know if you're familiar with the German philosopher Hannah Arendt, who wrote on the Eichmann trial that was held in Israel after the events of World War II, and she brought to kind of the forefront of the conversation at the time the banality of evil, was how she put it. And she was talking about these Nazi like train conductors and just middle-level admins, just in a most boring way possible, just doing their jobs like it was just all inventory, right? And that's kind of what all this stuff looks like.
You
Like,
know what?
it's just Mhm.
Oh no, finish your statement.
Oh, it's just, you know, it's just scheduling the operating room. It's just booking the appointment. It's just filling the prescription. It's just, you know, and you add that up and you end up with this dude that we saw tonight with whatever was going on over there. And I'm very sorry for him. And he has responsibility for that.
He does, but it passed through a lot of hands.
It passed through a lot of hands.
It was sanctioned and promoted and encouraged.
No fail safes anywhere. In fact, I mean, if he's to be, I don't have no reason to think that he was embellishing anything. He seemed like a very straightforward person. He asked twice. I mean, I would have asked, I would have put up a whole lot more protest than just mentioning it 2 times. But he did mention it 2 times, and not even enough fail safes for that to cause a hiccup, a bump in the road. Like, if this is all how it's being run everywhere, and I'm not just talking the United States, then I don't know where, like, that's what I was saying earlier. Where do we go from there? Like, I mean, it takes a lot more to build an infrastructure and institutions than to tear them down. So I'm very hesitant to jump on board with, just burn it all down and start over. But this looks irredeemable.
It is irredeemable. And, the middle guy would like to tell himself that all he's doing is his job. And there is definitely a culture that promotes, keeping your head down, going along to get along. It is easier that way.
Yeah.
But what I've noticed and what I discovered from my college peers and talking about this like professional class is that no, these motherfuckers ain't shit neither. They have absolutely no character outside of their work professions. The attorneys and professional, like for example, my first college roommate, she works for the Council of Foreign Relations, right? This bitch has no fucking integrity in any way. Now, if you see her at work or in operation, she does speaking engagements and all things. She even thinks the bitch is holding the office for some shit. She can dress it up very nice and present herself to people as professional and gain that trust and talk about her pedigree or whatever. I shared a room with this bitch. You understand what I'm saying? She ain't got no character at all. And that's how she found herself there. She doesn't want to know what she can't handle, and what she does know that ain't right, she's still going to go along with, because ultimately it's all about money, being seen, and whatever else, these people need to feel validated in this world. So I'm not even in a position where I want to give them any credit or any type of make any excuse for them, even like they're just doing their job, because ultimately they have no integrity and they seek out positions that are going to feed the wolf in the first place. These lawyers are absolutely deplorable, most of them. Most lawyers I have come in contact with throughout my life have been deplorable people. And I'm speaking from my stepmother and her friends and the people who I was exposed to in close proximity, or the judges and shit that would come over. The things I know about these people outside of who they present themselves to be professionally. In their personal lives, they're abusive, they're drug addicts and alcoholics, and they promote and permit and bring out the worst in people in general. And they don't know how to accept accountability and responsibility and apologize. They're not good people. And I think that ultimately where we are in our country right now, a majority of people are not good. It might have been the other way around at some point, but I think right now in 2022, we can safely say a majority of people in this country are not good. In addition to the people in the hospital that sat there and watched this ruse and played along with it for money, then you've got parents running around here signing up their 5-year-olds to take the damn jab.
Yeah.
And they don't have any research or medical reason to do so, because the insert ain't even in the box. So what did you read, girl?
Right.
It's out of control.
They don't want to know. I mean, I just I had a conversation with a very close family member a couple of weeks ago, and I was like, hey, this is something you might want to be aware of. And she said, oh, I don't want to know, that'll make me worry. And I was like, got it, loud and clear. Okay. And I was like, all
I
right,
don't
well,
want to know because it'll make me worry. You don't want to be prepared?
no, people
No?
do not
Oh.
want to be prepared.
Well, how's that working out for you to be unprepared? How does that work out, unprepared people? It doesn't make any sense.
Right. No, I mean, it doesn't to me either, but
Right. It's kind of cowardly.
then again, I mean, it's not a then again. I also understand that, I mean, it is different if you've spent the last, 10 to 15, 20 years kind of marinating in these subjects and you've got a tolerance for it. But if you go right from Disney Plus to, hey, there's 17,000 excess, dead young people, that is kind of overwhelming.
Well, so what were they doing? Like, are they children? Because otherwise, like, other than the children, like, what were you doing that was so important? When when those towers dropped, like, what were people doing that was so important that they didn't feel like they had to know what was the reason? What is causing this? Like, there are so many huge events and clues and things that have come. I don't know. I just feel like We are so blessed to have a brain and to use it. And I wouldn't let him in my bunker. If I get a bunker, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
We'll just be in there. I don't feel like we should let them in the bunker because where was your antennas? Where was your antennas? And if these people were thinking along with us, the censorship wouldn't be working. They wouldn't be able to control us so easily. We wouldn't even be having these problems if everybody just put their thinking caps on.
Those thinking caps got lost in the laundry years ago.
They were made in China. Oh God.
The thinking caps got turned into pussy hats. That's what happened.
Oh, that's another one. Yeah, we're gonna talk about these feminists some more tomorrow. Oh goodness.
It's too much.
It's too much. It is absolutely too much.
Have you did you see the movie Keanu Reeves and Charlize Theron years ago, The Devil's Advocate?
Oh my God, are you kidding me? Look, but don't touch.
Yeah.
Touch, but don't taste. And while you're over here jumping from one foot to the other, God's up there laughing his big thick head off. Of course I've seen that movie.
You got it down. I was gonna say the soliloquy that he does towards the end is.
Oh, you got it. Do it. Do it.
No,
Do it.
I don't have it. But
Ugh.
I just watched that movie a couple of months ago, and I was like, and that was like pre-cell phones. Like it looks like an old movie now, but everything he said became true. The whole framing of what has happened to the culture, he was just that was contained in that. And when you were talking about the people that don't give a fuck and have they're rudderless as far as their morals,
Like Anthony Bardot.
it reminds me of those people, like the lady that she went shopping with, whose face turned into a demon and she was putting the slip dress over her head. Like, I mean, like that, and all the other worker bees in that movie. It's just like that's it. I mean, that's whatever inside the CDC, I guess. I mean,
Oh, we'd be talking about that movie forever. Do you know what my favorite scene is from that movie?
which one?
Kevin! Kevin! They took my ovaries! Kevin! They took my ovaries! Insane. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very far too kind. Far too kind. Oh God, I love that fucking movie. Love it. Love it. Love it. And I think that movie resonated with me so much because I was in environments where I kept seeing weird shit and feeling like, am I tripping or does that, like, I feel like I was seeing things and I'm like, am I crazy? And then I watched that movie and I'm like, oh girl, you ain't crazy. This shit is real. Because if it's in a movie, it's real.
Yeah, they're making an announcement after the fact.
So I realized, okay, there's something else going on. There's something spiritual that's going on. And just the genius of Al Pacino too, because that Keanu Reeves is he's a dud. I'm sorry. That guy's so fucking boring to me. Oh man. But yeah, that's one hell of a movie.
They'll probably remake it.
I mean, you can't. You just can't because it's Pacino.
Yeah.
And it just doesn't get no better than that.
Well, they don't have any new ideas. I mean,
that's true too.
That's
That's true.
what happened to Hollywood, but
I mean, what are we gonna do without Al Pacino, man? Goodness gracious. That guy there. So yeah, so how do you think this information, if it was more readily available, would affect the young trans community? People thinking about transitioning, people who have already transitioned. Do you have any insight into that?
I don't know. I mean, the trans people that I know that they've been trans forever. Like it was long before this recent trend. They don't think like this. They don't think like this. They're not, they just wanted to get their medical stuff done, however far they took that, and just kind of pass and blend in and go to their jobs and do their thing. The worst are I would say the worst are the gay white men. They are on board with whatever the new thing is, and
even when it doesn't apply to them because they're not even using it.
Even if as long as it's been, appended to the flag and the acronym, then they're on board. I got into a conversation that was kind of heated with one of my closest friends because I refused to say that our friend who is a trans man is a real man. I was like, no, he's not a biological man. And he was like, why won't you just say it? Why are you saying that? What's wrong with you? And I was like, whoa, what's wrong with me? Like, what's wrong with me that I am saying reality? Why are you so hostile to that? Like, I don't. So anyway, that's an anecdote, but it is.
No, it's real. I would say from my observation, most of the time when this conversation happens and say there's a viral moment where everybody's discussing something related to transgenders, trans rights.
Yeah.
Actual trans people usually have some insightful, like down to earth observation about the shit.
Yeah.
So, for example, when the singer Genuine went on I think it was like Big Brother UK or something, and there was a trans woman that was trying to like kiss him, and he was like, "No, I'm good." And then the gay white men were like, "That's transphobic." And then the actual transgender people was like, "What are you, child?" Or with the transitioning of kids, for example. It's more common to see somebody who is a transgender adult saying, this isn't proper to teach kids this, that, and the third, whatever. And which goes back to what I've been saying the whole fucking time about civil rights and that conversation. Whereas ultimately using, they have been using cloaking LGBT things under LGBT rights that are really just designed as a Trojan horse to neutralize all these different types of rights that have been given to different classes, women, Black people, people dealing with people with medical health issues, etc. Those different protections, interfere with the business of these very wealthy white men who just so happen to conveniently be gay. And how do we know who all is gay and who ain't gay? Because y'all gay people be having a lot of kids. It be a lot of kids. So some of y'all ain't even all that damn gay. You know what I mean? And then it's like, when it's fucking convenient, and it's just looking, and I spent a lot of time in West Hollywood, and a majority of the gay men that I came across were white men in general. And none of them were poor. So it's like there's a uphill battle about to say that there's an oppression or a disenfranchisement. And this is why now they have to then turn around and speak for trans people or speak for Black gay people or fucking people or whatever.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. I hadn't thought of it like that before, but that makes a lot of sense because I mean, at a certain point when the critical theory stuff started to come into play, there was this kind of disorienting effect where it was like, I mean, if you're of the Will and Grace generation, gay men were just part of a minority that had been, I mean, my experience, denied employment, chased down the street, beat up, this and that and the other things. So you get this kind of like narrative of like, oh yeah, this shouldn't be like that, right? But then it's not like that. Now it's not like that. I mean, I don't know, maybe in some parts of the country, but definitely not in California. And it does make sense that if there is a new stripe added to the flag and a new letter added to the acronym that looks like a password at this point, that not having that kind of, I don't know, like victim prestige, that gay men would kind of glom onto that and be like, yes, yeah, like I don't know. It just kind of reminds
You've got a bunch of lines. You've got Black people that are trying to get stuff. You've got the women's groups.
Yeah.
There's a lot of different interest groups that are lobbying. Nobody gives a damn about apparently just like fuck them kids, because ain't nobody worried about the kids.
Right.
But you've got a lot of different groups, and then you've got immigrant groups. Don't forget they've got children in cages, and that's pretty like all sad, like kids in cages. It's competition out here in the oppression Olympics. You gotta bring it. You gotta bring it. And so the trans community is being used, and in my everyday life, I don't come in contact with people who are transgender in my everyday life. So if I'm forming any opinion about it, it's because somebody's asking me and putting it in my face and forcing me to have an opinion about it.
Yeah.
If I go to West Hollywood, then I expect to see gay people, trans people, or whatever else. And it's like, when in Rome type shit. So, why would I go to West Hollywood and be disrespectful or antagonistic? That is, to me, would be considered, bullying or being a bigot or whatever the hell, right? Yeah. But now when it comes to the point where you're trying to tell me what to do in my house, and I'm like, wait a minute.
Right.
Why are you telling me what to think all the way from here? You know what I mean? RuPaul clearly looks like a man to me. It doesn't matter how many wigs he puts on. It doesn't matter what and then you have people who live 24/7 as a woman who still look like fucking RuPaul. I don't have time for that shit. I have my everyday life of things that I have I really don't have the time to figure out why this 50-year-old man with like 8 grandchildren and how he and I are women. No.
Right.
You know what I mean? Matter of fact, I have PMS right now. I hate every fucking body, including him. You know what I'm saying? Like, ain't nobody got time for that. And it's the complete disregard of women and what we go through, and the trivialization of womanhood that I think is the absolute most misogynistic part about this, which is the part that I wish that I could get the transgenders to have that conversation. Because if you even notice, the female to male transgenders, they don't get a TV show, they don't get an interview, they don't get fucking ESPN Man of the Year either. So can we talk about that? Can we talk about how this group of gay white men have decided that being a woman is nothing but wearing a skirt?
Right.
And a little estrogen, we can handle that. Matter of fact, give us a uterus too. It's a comical joke.
Well, this is what makes Kelly J. Keene's laser focus on protecting women and children so powerful. That I really like her. I really like the form that her stand has taken, because I don't agree with everything she says, and I don't have to. Right. She's laser focused on one thing and doesn't give a shit about political leanings or this or that or any other thing. She's just calling out like, this is a war on women. And
it's absolutely a war on women.
And I talked about this in a there's something called the LGB Alliance, where it's just plain old like people that don't want to change their bodies medically, that are just same-sex attracted, like keeping it simple, like the old days. And I went to one of their regular old gay, just gays and lesbians, and I logged on there. It was a Zoom, and I was like, what I'm not seeing is the language being ripped out from under men. Like nobody's saying like, this group of semen makers, or you know what I mean? Like it's just
And
not the
this has been
same.
going on throughout history. This is
That's
not
what the
even
lesbians
no
were
new
telling
shit.
me.
This is this has been going on, and I watch so much, like a lot of different historical pieces, and I one of you guys recommended Serpent Queen. I just finished episode 7. That shit is the bomb. We're gonna talk about it a little bit tomorrow.
Serpent
But
Queen.
this is something that women have gone through since forever, and it is. I mean, we'd be here all day talking about it, but women are constantly being there's a lot of messages that are constantly telling women that you are nothing but a sexual object. How
Mhm.
you look and appear and show up, how feminine you are, that's what gives you value, etc. And women have pushed towards competing with men to have value, because being a woman in and of itself is so valueless. Having children means nothing. Being a good wife means nothing. Being a homemaker, knowing how to cook and clean and multitask, shit that our husbands cannot do, it has no value. But that being said, when we compete with men, well, if having education is valuable, then let's go get some motherfucking education then. How about that? Oh, wait a minute. Now, who let this girl in here? Let's change these rules around. Let's start renaming shit. Wait, you don't belong here. So it's like, we don't, where are we supposed to be?
Right.
And so with this whole movement and this validation of, this man has decided after 5 grandchildren that he's a woman and we all must respect that. But it's just so funny because there's nothing a fucking woman can do to demand respect. Nothing. It doesn't matter how attractive or unattractive. You see Lori Lightfoot walking around here looking like fucking Beetlejuice because she thinks that's going to get her more respect. It isn't working though, is it? There's nothing you can do. The only thing a woman can do to demand respect is get fucking married. Period. That's it. You still have to be tied to a man if you want people to think twice before they approach you in a particular manner. Just being a wealthy woman, that don't mean shit. If Beyonce wasn't married to Jay-Z, they'd be talking about her like a dog in their music too.
I suppose that, part of the advantage for the state in perpetuating that is that if you devalue the roles traditionally and more competently held by women in the family, or in the workplace, then people don't need the state as much. But if you turn everybody into, I don't know, some type of neutered robot,
well, it has
that's
something to do
centrally
with
controlled.
that. It has something to do with that, and it also has something to do with the fact that a lot of men have been using women, using their ideas, their information. Kanye, that's nothing. That shit is nothing new, man. What's that other show on Hulu, and they're in Russia, and I can't. What's the shit called?
On Hulu, and they're in Russia.
Huzzah! What's that? I watched so much.
Oh, The Great.
The Great, right?
Yeah.
Every man in there with influence has some woman he's attached to that he pillow talks with. He listens to what she has to say, and then the men come together and repeat whatever woman that they're fucking, whatever her advice is.
Yeah.
And then if a woman comes in like with some tea, like, what's this bitch doing in here? Everything for the men. It can't be a fair merit-based society on it would made the person with the greatest intelligence or whoever's most capable win. It's as if they're not sure that the men are going to win all the time, and they might have to share power with a woman. And anytime a woman is supposed to be coming in, and it's just like, that is ultimately how this shit got so off the rockers. And then now the only women that they want to allow or do business with at all are women who are willing to abandon their feminine side and think like a man. And there's different ways that shows up. It can show up as a hypersexual, aggressive Nicki Minaj, or it could show up like AOC, a fucking airhead dingbat. You know what I mean? But as far as being like capable, it's that capable part that women know. Don't be out here acting too fucking capable, because it's gonna cause problems. It makes the men very nervous. And so, you know, that's like a whole nother conversation, because how do you raise your girls up in a way where, you know, the more capable they become, the harder and more dangerous life is going to get for them. It's no fucking accident that girls go to college and these guys start climbing all over them and fucking raping them and molesting them and all that shit too. And that's the reason that women have had such an affinity and protection of and camaraderie with gay men, because it seems that now the gay men are the ones who recognize that these men over here are fucking animals, while they're claiming that they're not. So that's where that alliance comes in. Now you've got a guy that you can talk to, and he's not trying to sleep with you. He's actually listening when you speak. Well, yeah, you're going to have his fucking back. You know what I mean? But so they have figured out, you know, the powers that be, though, they're figuring out every way that they can to just, I don't know. For some reason, they don't like girls around here. They have made that shit very clear. Very clear. And this is why I just like, you know what, I'm gonna go be a housewife, because I realize like we are not wanted. So at the very least, let me go contribute to my own household and my own family where I will be valued, because these motherfuckers get rid of you. You don't even get no alimony when they fire your ass and run off with all your fucking intellectual property.
Right. It's funny, I was having memory of when I worked with this lady for Verizon, and we would work on these. We were not on the wireless side, but on like the data center side, and we would work on these projects that were pretty high stress. And what she and I noticed was that the management would use language with us that they wouldn't use with the guys, right? Like the tech bros, and it was like in this kind of I don't know, condescending tone, like, calm down. Oh, you're being hysterical. That type of thing. And it took us a while to like kind of catch on. I was like, we're not even people to them. We're just in some little box of like, not them. Like there's them and not them. And we're part of the people that are in the not them box. And those people need to learn emotional control and calm themselves down and go, you know, be quiet and take your orders. And
meanwhile, these are the people who punch walls when they don't get their fucking way.
Right.
Lie, cheat on everything, fuck anything moving, no impulse control.
Right.
No self-control whatsoever, but everybody else is over emotional and needs.
And it's like, maybe I'm being very in your face because we're about to bring down the whole data center. If we continue on the course that we're on, hello, like that's not hysterical. I'm trying to convey information to you.
It's a damn emergency.
Yeah, it's definitely kind of a boys' club.
Absolutely.
Even to this day, in the tech industry.
But once you get to the root of it, even trying to figure out where that comes from, then this is where the mama comes in. Because now you have an older woman who is aware and has already succumbed to, you know, this male-dominated power structure, and she wants to wield power through her sons. So she's wanting to teach him how to be a bigger asshole than all the ones that she's ever encountered. And so that, I mean, to the point where I be wanting to defend the women, but you know, I can't, because I know how responsible women are for this shit also. Extremely responsible. It goes hand in hand. So I don't know which came first, the chicken or the egg. Because I know that behind every worthless man is his ain't shit ass, trifling ass mama. That fucking tramp. 100% of the time.
What about these mothers that are signing up their 5-year-olds for whatever they do to 5-year-olds that are gender confused? How does that even happen?
You know what? I hate it. It pains me to say this, but it's just the facts. You know, I grew up watching the same programming as all the rest of my generation and believing that we as women can do whatever we want to do. And we can be as good as and as strong and as fast as the boys, and that we can take care of ourselves, and we can be selective. You know what I'm saying? And like, quite frankly though, no, we can't. I can, but some of you hoes is worthless. Some of y'all need protection. Y'all need somebody to hold your hand. You cannot be left alone with your children because you too fucking stupid. And you will take your kids marching right on down to the damn mad scientist to get their wee cut off because there's something's wrong with you bitches. And we done sit here and allowed the media tell us that we chemo. There are women who are very intelligent, very strong, very capable. And I know that I am one of those women. And I know that when I went, it was painfully reminded to me last week when we went down to the ghetto. And I was talking to those women about the dangers of picking up their husband at the meeting their husband at the bus stop. And them bitches acting like they had what? Appalled at a standard like that. That under no circumstances should you be picking up strangers at the bus stop talking about, hey, sexy, hop in, and marrying them, and then being surprised when you find out that you never knew this person at all. These are certain this desperate behavior where you don't need a man, but yet you will hang out and be with any man at all. It's just letting me know that your ass is slow. That don't make no sense. Because if you didn't need a man, then you would be selective, right? But you hoes is not selective. Yet you're saying you don't need a man. So what you're doing, it really is you're repeating what you heard somebody else say. But your dumb ass do need a man or a pimp. Some type of management. We can't just leave y'all out here unsupervised. Whether it be genetics, whether it be the conditioning of the way that the world, I don't know what it is. But all these women are not intelligent. All these women are not capable. All of them ain't strong. Some women are weak. Some women need to be helped. Some women need somebody to protect them 24/7 and make decisions for them and tell them who to fucking vote for. Some of them do.
Mm-hmm.
And it's sad, but it's true. And I think that's the other issue, is all this we shit. And it's okay. Some girls are weak. It's okay to be, but know that that's you. Don't be out here, I'm strong, I'm an independent woman, and you weak as hell. Just weakness. A follower. Only a follower, a dingbat, an airhead. We'll go march our children down there to the pediatrician to get some sexual reassignments.
Right.
You gotta be fucking kidding me. That's some shit I shouldn't have to tell you. I shouldn't have to tell you not to do that. I shouldn't have to tell you that's a bad idea. Then you got mamas who buying plastic surgery, buying their 16-year-old daughter's titties. You got women doing all type of shit with these kids because this is how you know you need a man in the house and you need balance. Some of these heifers is unhinged. That's why I be saying I don't know whose fault it is. If it's the man's fault.
Well, I mean, you were talking about how the level of desperation, and I think again it goes back to having a whole desperate society of people that are always looking for some type of signal from outside themselves to let them know how they're doing. And that signal is they're not looking for that signal from any higher power. That's for fucking sure.
Amen. There it is. And looking for that from a higher power has been removed from schools. They don't want the kids to pray, it's a lot of that going on. And then you also have religious institutions that have taken advantage of people. The Catholic Church have taken advantage of people and slaughtered people and done horrible things to where it is reasonable for an adult to question. Yeah. But in the same way that you would question, how you question God, but you ain't questioning Dr. Spot down the street. That's just my whole thing. Like, the world was created in 7 days. I don't believe that. I'm skeptical. You can turn my wiener inside out into a full functioning vagina. Yeah, that's plausible. That's where the fuck y'all losing me at.
You can have your own sloppy coleslaw.
You too. Coleslaw sold separately. Oh my goodness, you are a riot, I tell you. You get me going. I'm so glad you called in. Do you have anything
Thank
else you
you.
want to add on to this conversation?
No, this has been really enjoyable. Thank you for picking up. I appreciate it.
Thank you for coming on. I'm sorry I had you waiting a little bit. And
Oh, no
then
worries.
tomorrow we're gonna come back on here. So we ain't gonna stay up all night because I still gotta mop. My husband bought me a new mop.
Deluxe.
See, look, well, it has a 2-sided mop. It has a little swishy, swirly thing on the side. I think I'm getting old, guys, because I'm getting excited about mops. I've got a new trash can on the way too. I'm really excited about that. And just household items just get me going these days. I don't know. So
No shame in household items.
I mean, yeah, he's like, this is this is getting easier for some reason, and I'm concerned. He's looking skeptical, like, what's going on? You know? So we went out the other night and I ordered the market price lobster so he would know, shit still works
Mhm.
around here. You know what I'm saying? But thank you so much for calling in. We're gonna hang out tomorrow night again, and we're gonna talk some more about this and everything else that's been going on. So you guys make sure you keep emailing me and sending me topics or hit me up on Instagram and let me know what you want me to add to the docket for tomorrow.
The last thing I'll say is I really want to hear your take on Kanye's interview with Lex Friedman.
Did I watch that one? Flex Friedman? Is
Oh,
that
I
the
don't know.
guy who
It's
had
long. It's like 2.5 hours.
had a tie on, I think?
Yeah. Uh-huh. Yeah, that's the
Jewish
one.
guy.
What?
It was a Jewish guy, right?
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, I saw bits of that. And once again, just Kanye, he's trying, but he's just so unprepared. He would
Yeah.
just open the door and just go and I'm like, you got to just go all the way there, man. Stop winging it. Because these people have their approved speech of shit that they've been repeating so long. And it's just like, you really just have to poke some holes in it and just go to the history part instead of just being so focused on the feelings part, because that's where
Mhm.
they're hanging him up on it at this point and just completely gaslighting him.
Well, he
So
keeps tripping himself up he'll start to make a point and then it'll veer off again into how he's a multi-billionaire and how his wife was the hottest woman in the world and this and that. And it's like, that's not even what we were talking about. Where are you going with this? But he's always got to work in that kind of
and that's his problem,
silly.
his self-promotion. And
Yeah.
I think that Kanye has done some things and has been privy to some things, and he's worried about his soul. And I think he thinks that he can trick God into believing, like this is his repentance, he
Mm.
thinks.
Mm.
And I think that some kind of way he don't think that God can see him
Mm.
promoting himself. Like
Yeah.
it's like no, I wasn't over there signing contracts with it. Now that it's time to collect because the shit didn't get old and stale, they have to bring Kim down because Kim represents something and helped to build a really toxic aspect of this culture. It's got to go. And
Mm.
so some kind of way they're going to bring her down, and they might elevate one of those kids later, but there's going to be that fall from grace that has to happen for the Kardashians because it's coming to the end of that product life cycle. I think Kim and Kanye are pulling a fast one on everybody, and she's working the left and he's working the right. And
Mhm.
ultimately to secure whatever they can and salvage whatever they can for their children. And I think that he knows that ultimately, no matter whether it's good publicity or not, it's all going to work out in the end for him, which is
Mhm.
basically what Russell Simmons was saying. If you go out and make a whole bunch of shit that says Kanye West, you've got enough supporters and you'll be taking 100% of the profit, or at least a lion's share of it, unlike you are with these deals you have anyway. So ultimately, Kanye should make all this money back and then some, but I just feel like there's but the part of it where he thinks that he's doing something noble and pious instead of just enriching himself, and he thinks he's fooling somebody, and he ain't. He ain't fooling us. He ain't fooling God. Because if you were really about this, you would be studying, you would be prepared, you would be professional. You would present this in a way where they wouldn't be able to discredit you so easily, and where it would be respected. You would present yourself in a way where it wouldn't matter what sound clip, what 10-second sound bite that they took from the interview, you would be saying something impactful.
Yeah.
Instead of just treating it like it's a freestyle rap battle. This is a different arena of people you're dealing with, and these journalists that are interviewing you, they've been doing this their entire career as well. Now everybody ain't Noriega from Drink Champs. Now when you sit down with Piers Morgan, and he's trying to treat Piers Morgan the same way he was trying to treat Chris Cuomo, when this is a completely different man, and it was a different energy. And quite frankly, Piers Morgan just wanted the views. He had
Right.
less invested interest in whatever that came out of Kanye's mouth anyway. So Kanye was accusing him of cutting him off, and he wasn't even saying nothing.
I didn't see the Piers Morgan interview.
Oh, that one's pretty funny.
I'll look for that, because I sat through the whole miserable 2.5 hours of Lex Friedman. I couldn't believe that he tried to take credit for having invented the zippered hoodie.
You're kidding me. I made it an hour. I didn't see the other hour and a half.
Oh, it got
he in his zipper
heated.
hoodies.
It got yeah, there was that was silly, but it got very heated. It became kind of hostile back and forth, and then they brought it. Lex Friedman is a very skilled interviewer, and so he directed it back to some ground level, and then they talked for like another 45 minutes after that, which was cool to see. I mean, you don't see that very often. People used to get, like on Crossfire and stuff when I was a kid growing up, they would have people with opposing views that it would get very heated, but it was grown-ups having a disagreement. And I realized watching, I mean, the Kanye interview was not at that level, but I realized that how uncomfortable it makes me watching grown-ups be confrontational with each other, and then bringing it back to some type of more civilized tone. And I was like, wow, we're not equipped for that at this point. Like, it's weird to see at this point, at least I'll speak for myself, I'm used to seeing only people who agree with each other have long discussions now, because that's kind of how everything was set up. So it was interesting to see people that had very different views on things kind of go at it, and then bring it back home.
People used to be able to do that all the time.
Yeah.
I think that was like the crux of talk radio at one point, or even hell, Jerry Springer. But it's come to a point where one side cannot afford to be called out, and I think they're comfortable with canceling and challenging Kanye and giving it this length of attention, because they know that they can defeat him. Because they know that ultimately he's going to talk too much. They know he's going to do something stupid in 5 minutes. They know that. So he is making himself an easy opponent, and his ego being so inflated and him surrounding himself with so many idiots, has reinforced this idea that made him feel that he is a formidable opponent for these people alone. And he's not. He's just simply not.
No, and I got the feeling that he thought he did a really good job.
That's the sad part. Like, if you want to be obnoxious, take Farrakhan with you and let him do all the fucking talking. Now that would be hilarious. And you don't do nothing, just sit there and smile and let Farrakhan and Friedman fucking let's you duke it out. Now that's a damn show. But no, it has to be about him. So he can't share that. So that lets me know it's not about the information. He just wants to promote himself. And ultimately, what's also happening is it's making it harder for everybody else who has something that's actually really valid to say. But with that being said, I'm still entertained. He's got Candace Owens out there on a life raft in the middle of the Atlantic Ocean by her fucking self. So he gets points from me for that. I'll tell you.
Yeah, he complained that Daily Wire said he's not allowed to be on her show, and I was like, well, I wonder why.
The only thing we've been saying the whole time ain't Bullwinkle. Shit. That's what we trying to tell you about this bench. That was the point from jump. And meanwhile, you've invested all all your money into her fucking app and all this shit, and she can't get you on a fucking show that nobody ain't even watching. Keep income.
I think he should show up there wearing a yarmulke.
Yo, he should drop like a hip hop dreidel. Just go all the fucking way. You know, don't stop there. Shit. Throw the little sideburns and shit. Oh. Fool.
It's too much.
I know. Sometimes you gotta bring some ass to catch some ass. You know what I'm saying? You just gotta be fucking ridiculous. Because they have gotten now they're being ridiculous. They're being ridiculous. They're being ridiculous. He should be ridiculous.
I want to see the Balenciaga yarmulke. That's it.
Balenciaga cut ties. They said we do not want to be in this shit. My husband said, now I see why Kanye been walking around in these sweatpants and sweatsuits and shit. Because he knew when he got canceled from everything, that's all he was going to be able to afford to wear any fucking way. So he done made this shit look like it's in style. So he won't look broke when he actually go broke. This is part of his master plan the whole time.
I'm trend setting for my future tax bracket.
Crypto said Balenciaga. Balenciaga. Shit. I thought it was over once they had Lizzo run around here talking about her Balenciagas. We knew y'all didn't have no standards then.
Her TED talk on twerking is just insufferable.
This is the line. All right. Yeah, she's an airhead too.
Alrighty, well, I will let you go for real. This was very, very fun.
As always, and thank you for supporting me and supporting the broadcast as well. And yeah, I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Good
Okay,
night.
love you so much. With this, is that what it is, or is it bleach? We have to remember this is a Luciferian agenda that is being perpetrated as anything other than what it is, which is an inversion and perversion of God's creation. They hate creation because, yeah, we're going to unpack some more tomorrow, because at some point you got to go back and figure out how long has this agenda been going on and how much of this is the inverted part of it. You know, we all like to think of the 50s and 60s as the good times. Some of us anyway. Others not so much, right? But was it really? Was it good in the 20s? Was it good in 1860? When was it right? Is the West right? Is the East right? Is everybody wrong? How long has everybody been wrong? You know what I'm saying? All right. We got Karate Kid in the living room. Would you say, Leah? Yeah, we getting off here. We finna hang up. I'm hanging up. Love you guys. Talk to y'all tomorrow. Talk is cheap. Peace out.